Warning: excessive discussion about bricks and minifigs may cause occasional stress. If symptoms occur, squeeze your block. Let's all squeeze together. Introducing the custom-made BJC Live Show Stress Block, ready for a squeeze. This stress block is a fun way to remind yourself to breathe. We don't know how much longer this saga will last, so get your stress block to make it through. And if you throw this block across the room, no one will be hurt.
Okay, I hate to tell you that was actually not real. So if y'all actually want me to order some of those, let me know if you would actually purchase one. If not, I just thought it was kind of funny. I mean, well, that one is real, but I've been wanting to do some merch that isn't like, apparel. And I thought, you know what? Why not a stress? Why not a stress brick? And apparently you can stack the stress bricks. There's 3 different colors. But anyway, that's not actually for sale, but isn't that funny? You know what is for sale? You know what is for sale on pre-order? This right here. Okay, I have an announcement to make. The international shipping has been updated. All right, today's Wednesday, August 5th. I'm going to extend the pre-order through next Friday. So I have gotten at least 2 emails of people who needed to change their addresses. No shirts have been shipped yet. These are pre-order shirts. Like whoever orders one will get one, and then they're going to go away forever. So we do have size small through 4X, and I think the 3 and 4X maybe cost a couple few dollars more. The international shipping, of course, is a little bit pricey, unfortunately. However, we are using a service that's going to make sure that all the duties and all of that stuff is definitely covered. So when you buy the shirt, you're not going to have to pay more or anything like that once it gets to the customs of your country or whatever. So to give the international cousins a little bit of time to order these shirts, I'm going to extend the pre-order timeline through next Friday. So not the day after tomorrow, but a week from then. And then after that, whoever has a shirt, that'll give you time to get one, order one. And then after that, whoever ordered one gets one. Whoever didn't is left out forever. Okay, so anyway, I don't want to spend and waste too much time today, y'all. I mean, time is of the essence. We have Matt McNeff. Matt McNeff sent in DMCA copyright strike breakdown, takedown, notice requests or whatever. And this news is coming to us from the BAM Map. So the BAM Map posted this literally today. Bricks and Minifigs tried to take down its operations manual and instead left behind a sworn oath that the manual is genuine. Now, we've seen this already before because the BAM Map itself got hit with a DMCA or some type of copyright email, which was certainly not a proper DMCA copyright takedown. And we did see the BAMmap.com. Apparently, they reported that they were targeted with a takedown, a cease and desist, as it were, not only for stuff that it posted, but for stuff that it reported on. And one of those things that the BAM Map reported on that the legal.team at bricksandminifigs.com had an issue with or whatever was specifically this operations manual. Now, we did hear from Echo Base Network and a couple other people in my actual chat that the operations manual came from either a current or former Bricks and Minifigs franchisee, like a store owner. So, I mean, I obviously don't know any more than y'all publicly. I don't know any more than y'all because I only know what's available publicly. Sorry, I'm like trying to do too many things at once. Ugh, if I don't get my hair right at the beginning, it just bothers me the whole time. It's really aggravating because I fix my hair and then it's like, oh yeah, I have to put these stupid headphones on. I actually haven't been wearing headphones for very long in my streaming life. I really only just kind of started wearing them and I still don't really love it. But anyway, okay. So This operations manual was supposedly leaked by somebody who either currently owns a store or used to own a store. I really don't know who it is. I haven't been in contact or in touch with any store owners at all. Um some weird noise outside. The weather has been awful here too. Okay, so we know that the BAM map got hit with an email, a cease and desist, but now this is something new. This is something different. This is that BAMOps.com or whatever, BAM Ops manual. So what we're reading from is the BAM map, but that's not who was issued the takedown notice this time. It says the BAM map has discovered a public takedown. BAM Franchising Inc. filed a copyright complaint with Cloudflare against BAMOpsManual.com, the site that publishes the Bricks and Minifigs operational manual. Operations manual. And this takedown notice or request or whatever was recorded in the Lumen database. Now we're going to take a look at that, not to be confused with Lumen in the hit show Severance, which won season 2. If you know, you know. The public archive of the copyright, Lumen in this case is the public archive of copyright and removal notices. So there's like a public archive of these notices. It is signed by Matthew McNeff, the company's chief operating officer or COO, because it is a notice under the DMCA, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. It is sworn under penalty of perjury. It is the first thing that Bricks and Minifigs has sworn about the manual since the manual appeared, and this seems to officially authenticate it. This is the statement. This is a copy of our private and proprietary franchise owner's manual. It is not intended for public access. It is acknowledged by the site, quote, its cover states it is intended for franchise owners only. The original document resides in our internal Google Drive, according to Matthew McNeff, and it is not accessible to the public. Well, this is not true. It is absolutely accessible to the public. Oh, the original document. Gotcha. Well, the document has now been made accessible to the public, and the site that was hosting it was https://bamopsmanual.com. Okay. I noticed the site's front page now returns a single line. This material is unavailable for legal reasons. So let's click on that. This is what it looks like now. I did put that in the thumbnail, this error 451, unavailable for legal reasons. What happened? Please see notices for more. And then I clicked on that notice and it brought me here. I'm not particularly familiar with. Okay, so it's not actually bringing me to anything. But I did pull this up. So this is the DMCA notice to Cloudflare. The sender is BAM Franchising via Matthew McNeff. This was sent the day before yesterday, August 3rd. This is the principal, Matthew McNeff. The recipient was Cloudflare Inc. Regarding unknown, sent via online form, notice type DMCA, action taken. Yes, so they took action. They took the website down, or so they thought. Okay, but they did not get everything taken down, and I still have access to some of it. So I have not gone over the entire operations manual yet. I have gone over, I think, sections like through section 9, I believe, maybe 10, perhaps up to 12. But someone did send me an email and show me that while some of this stuff has been taken down, there are still ways to access it. And this is because of these 17 URLs. So no copyrighted URLs were submitted because why? This is Matthew McNeff, presumably. I mean, that's what it says right here, lumen.com. This is a copy of our private and proprietary franchisee owner's manual. It is not intended for public access, as is acknowledged by the site. Its cover states it is intended for franchise owners only. The original document resides in our internal Google Drive, and the original is not accessible to the public. But you know what is accessible to the public is many iterations, copies, and, reshares of the original. So while the original might be in their owner database, somebody done made it public. Okay, and so that makes it an issue of public concern. And I will be commenting on it today before they go ahead and get more of the, now public stuff taken down. So he did, or they, whoever it is, it says Matthew McNeff. And this is a document that had to have been accompanied. This is a takedown request that must have been accompanied by a sworn statement, sworn under penalty of perjury. So, I mean, if somebody swore under penalty of perjury that they were Matthew McNeff on the behalf of BAM Franchising Inc., I'm going to go ahead and just assume that it really is Matthew McNeff. And Matthew McNeff, or whoever helped him fill this out, only included these 17 website URLs. Okay, so it wasn't every single place where it could have possibly been shown that they actually submitted takedown requests for. So what this ultimately ended up meaning in real life was it's still public in many places. It's still public. And somebody sent me an email about this. They did send it from an anonymous email, so I'm not going to, say which anonymous email it had sent this to me. However, if you go here, it's still up. Now, I don't know why that is. www, I mean, it's up right now. Today is Wednesday, August 5th. It is 11:47 a.m. Eastern time. It's still up. So I thought we could take some time today to go through this manual. And if this guy said, hold on, wait, if it's copyrighted, it has to be shown to the public to prove it's copyrighted. But if it's private, you can't show it to the public. I don't know how copyright law works, truly. I hope Luss, who is literally a copyright lawyer, weighs in on this. And if he does, I will be checking out his stream or his video on it. Thank you, Better Try Again, for the 2 jewels. And thank you to Yvette for the 10 jewels. Y'all, I've been up working today. I already made a whole almost 30-minute video on that whole Perez Hilton situation. That was shocking. But I have some other updates that I want to provide to y'all, but this one seems like time is of the essence. So I already did go through sections 1 through, I think, 9B. So as you can see, it's all now been uploaded through Appendix B. I don't know the extent of this document. It looks like it's probably all uploaded at this point. But in the interest of the public and our collective knowledge, this is public at this point. Look, I mean, you're looking at it, bamopsmanual.com. That is not one of the 17 links, right? www.bamopsmanual.com. This one is HTTPS. So HTTPS, bamopsmanual.com, that one is no longer up. However, www.bamopsmanual.com or just straight up bamopsmanual.com. See how the can y'all see that? Let me see. Can y'all actually see the here? Look. See the thing up here? It's https www.bamopsmanual.com. Still up as of August 11:49 a.m. Eastern, August 5th, Wednesday, August 5th, 2026. So I think I already went through 9B, so I'm not going to cover that. Store systems, point of sale, general information. But I want to go ahead and go through as much of this as possible because who knows how long it will be up. So did we read 9B? I think we read 9A, daily operations. Internal communication. They went on the Sling app. Let's go to 9B. We might have read this too. Store system. This page reproduces part of the manual. So this is obviously not a substitute for the original because this is only a partial reproduction. My use is protected under fair use because I am providing commentary. I am transforming it. This obviously can't be used as a real ops manual. I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm starting at 9B. And all of that. Also, this is a public, at this point it's public, so I'm just reading it. This is Ops Manual version 10.6.24, the operative document that governs franchise owners in that system. Internal system links and individual contact details are redacted where they appear. Okay, so this is supposedly page 89 of the operations manual. Straighten up and clean. This can be done in the pre-open routine or after, so whatever, okay, long as it happens. Note the daily log and update it with those things that were done, even things to be done for the next day. Initial and check off any closing daily tasks, count down the register, run the end of day report. We recommend that you do all register related tasks at the end of the day to ensure it is ready to go first thing in the morning. This is the one thing you can that can throw you off in the morning if it has not been done or is done improperly or is not done properly. For example, if a staff who is to come in to open doesn't make it, now you're scrambling to get the register ready, as well as all the other things that you need to do to open the store. Having the register done the night before gives you the bandwidth and flexibility that you may need in the morning. Your point of sale system is your cash register. It's your connection to the internet. The staff time clock and payroll system is also a key component of your inventory control and plays a role in customer retention management. The details of running your cash register are not covered in this manual. Please refer to training videos on the back end cloud. Oh, girl, where's the training videos? Who's in those? Who are the stars of the training videos? I need to know. As part of your franchise agreement, you are required to use only franchise-approved POS systems. Is that Heartland? Yep, there it is. Boom. Ha! Called it. Starting in 2020, they say. The Heartland Retail POS system, POS means point of sale, is the only approved POS system and associated programs and services to be used by Bricks and Minifigs franchisees unless a written and authorized exception is granted. Cash register, this is straightforward. As a cash register, your POS will process or ring up sale, refund, debit cards. As a rule, any and all customer info is to be treated in a secure manner. Credit card and personal info is entered directly into the POS. There's no written record that could be misused. You can use it as a cash register for paid ins and paid outs, store purchases, gift cards, nightly deposit reports, and look up old transactions. It is also recommended for phone purchases. For additional information, you can refer to the to the knowledge base articles, website, and back-end cloud. You must follow the laws and regulations for securing credit card information. Check your local state laws regarding the specifics. But here are some general guidelines. Always shred any credit card numbers from phone orders. Never allow customers to see or come into contact with any personal customer information. Lock up all files in a secure location and password protect any computer files or programs. Now, do you know why I find this to be specifically interesting in context of this whole story? Remember when Legally Mine, one of those times Legally Mine got sued? And one of the people that who sued in one of those times, she or he had, I think it was a she, had gone to a conference. Legally Mine had spoken at it. Somebody from Legally Mine spoke at it. And then they had them filling out these information cards, front and back. It was like a form, but it's like a front and back form. And they had to put their credit card information on it. They had to put all their other information on it, including like their front and back numbers and all of that. It's like, I wonder if they're so, clear about this in the BAM operations manual because they already know how it goes. Somebody can sue you for not protecting their credit card information. This is just a question. I'm just wondering. Password protect any computer files or programs that contain personal or credit card information. Okay. So if you're just joining, hi, hello. We're going over the BAM operations manual that had been leaked. Some parts of it and some URLs of it have been removed. However, this is still live and this is still public, so I'm trying to see what is in it before they delete this too. So then they move on. We're in section 9B, store systems, and we're in 9.6. Nope, we're in 6. Inventory system. Your point of sale system and its related back-end functions are also used to enter and control your inventory. Primarily, inventory. Womp womp. Primarily items that have a barcode and all other items that are accounted for using other methods. You can enter new stock, change prices, see how items are selling, and have inventory removed when it is sold. Your system will be pre-set up with departments and a starting inventory. This is going to be basic items such as bulk tubs and bags. You're not going to need to add those. Each item will have the franchise pricing attached to it. The departments are aftermarket, bulk, used sets, minifigs, miscellaneous, new sets, parties, events. Most items should be self-explanatory as to which department they go into, but if not, use your best judgment or contact us. You will find a starting inventory list in the back end that you can import into your system and help you get started. It will import the items it will import the items and suggested retail, but you will still need to enter your cost and quantities. Reporting using the back-end functions allow you to access a number of reports and other options to help you watch your business and optimize it. These reports and other functions also allow you to do your periodic or end-of-year inventory counts. Interesting, they do end-of-year inventory counts, or they're expected to. There are knowledge-based articles and back-end videos you can watch that will help you. Emergency backup. If your internet crashes or power goes down, you may consider using your cell phone to create a hotspot that your iPad or POS system can link in order to process the sales, merchant processing, and gift cards. Okay. Starting in 2019, a series of store-wide memoranda were issued discussing conversion of to a unified merchant processor. This is Heartland Retail, for all transactions, including gift cards. There's some stuff going on with these gift cards right now. It seems. All stores are required to use Heartland Retail as the merchant processor and for the universal gift card system. There are no exceptions to this policy unless expressly provided by the franchise in writing. If when the franchise changes merchant processors, gift card providers, POS systems, or any other systems that are standardized, an official memo will be sent out amongst the stores and will then be the new standards. So they can just change things at any moment, anytime they want. See your onboarding representative for help. Daily cash sales. Your cash register should be reconciled daily. The daily deposits should be recorded according to your accountant's advice. And if you don't have an accountant, they'll suggest one to you. Use a filing system to store the daily cash receipts. Take the daily receipts and create bundles by month. For tracking basic statistics, enter the monthly totals as well as department totals into a spreadsheet. Yes, your cash register should balance every night. You should not be over or short ever. Duh. BAM branded supplies. This includes business cards, stickers, price tags, bulk bags, customer bags, anything related to customers and what is given to them. Purchasing sources for these items are listed in the back-end cloud. So this is like, bags for your store, business cards, stickers, price tags, stuff like that. Office and back room supplies. These are the general office and cleaning supplies for day-to-day needs. Paper, toilet paper, etc. You can get these at stores. Girl, you telling them where to buy toilet paper? This don't sound independent to me. Cash and carry, Smart and Final, Staples, Office Depot. Make sure the supplies you use represent the store in a professional manner. What you need and where to get the supplies will vary by location. Holds. Each store owner can create their own hold policies. Is this like a consignment? Is this where they're kind of also still allowing a consignment? Look at this. Each store can create their own hold policies. While we don't have specific franchise-wide policies, you will want to have a plan for how you want to address holds. These policies can adjust as you go, but there should be policies in place from the beginning. You will need policies for employee holds, customer holds, and they will most likely look different. Here are a few examples. Example 1, customers, holds on sets. Okay, fine, we'll hold the set till the end of the business day today. Anything over $100. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? It looks like layaway. I thought layaway wasn't allowed and they didn't do layaway. Am I missing something? It's not like a layaway. Anything over $100, the customer can put a 10% down payment to hold for a week. It's an example, but they don't have store-wide or franchise-wide policies. We can hold the minifig for 1 week. Holds on bulk can technically be held for an unlimited amount of time, as long as they are consistently coming in to fill and add to their bulk. If no one has touched it in 2 months, it's subject to be put back on the table based on storage needs of the store. Unlimited time. These are just examples. They're like, okay, this is what you could do. For example, you could do employee holds on sets, maybe 1 week, minifigs a month, bulk unlimited. Whatever you choose to do. Keep in mind that you want what is best for your store and your customers, employees. Try to find middle ground. Allowing holds helps make and cultivate relationships with customers, but you don't want to have the valuable product sitting in the back not making money. You should also make sure that you have a customer hold slip that each customer will fill out when they want to put something on layaway. I mean, they're calling it a hold. Looked like layaway to me. I mean, I guess layaway does have interest on it, and this doesn't seem to. You can tape or attach the slip to the item. This will help things stay organized. The same goes for employee holds. This can help owners keep track of when the employees are putting items on hold and for how long they have been sitting there. Most often, employees will purchase their holds quickly, but sometimes they might need to save up for them. As long as they're communicating, working with your employees will be a huge benefit to you and the employees. Make sure you have dedicated areas for the holds. That there's not supposed to be a apostrophe there. If there is not a dedicated area, holds can get misplaced or lost, like on the floor or in the back, depending on space. Okay, now they get into 9.11, which is the bathroom do's and don'ts. Not bathroom do. As many of us know, when you walk into a bathroom of an establishment, it can make or break your view of how you see the establishment. If the bathroom is gross and unwelcoming, your opinion of the entire place goes down. Here are a few things that can help Bricks and Minifig stores stand out and look professional. Get a bathroom sign. Your bathroom should be clearly marked so customers can easily know where it is. Get a paper towel holder. Maybe a wall-mounted paper towel dispenser. Do not put a roll of paper towels on the counter for everyone to have to touch and get a sheet to dry their hands. Actually, I'm sorry. Maybe this is an unpopular opinion. I agree. I agree so far with the bathroom do's and don'ts. Soap should never be under halfway full. It should be checked and refilled daily. Get a sensitive soap. Yeah. Look, I like their bathroom do's and don'ts. You're not going to catch me complaining about these so far. Make sure the soap can be reached by children. Air freshener. Now, this is another one where they know kids are going to be coming in their stores. Air freshener. Make sure you have some type of spray air freshener for customers. Get a step stool. You're going to have kids in the stores so they can reach and wash their hands. Plunger. You know why you need this. I would say also a toilet brush. People could clean up a little bit after themselves. Small closed lid garbage can. Yes, closed lid. I agree with their bathroom rules so far. You need a small garbage can that has a lid next to the toilet for feminine products. Larger garbage can, preferably with a lid for the paper towels and for diapers. Also, you should probably have a diaper changing table in there. They didn't say that. A lidded can help reduce the smell of diapers. Basket of supplies, including diapers. Have diapers available. It's an extra way to show we're thoughtful as a store. We suggest having a small amount of diapers sizes 1 through 4. Wipes. Again, having this is an extra way to show customers we care. Have the sensitive wipes with no added scents. So far, this is actually very good customer service on this part, the bathroom part. Small variety of feminine products. This is an extra way to show we are a thoughtful store. Basket of changing table pads, lightweight pad that can be laid on the changing table to help decrease the spread of germs while changing a diaper. Get a changing table, add fun posters or other cute decorations. Some people put bulk Lego in the soap. No, thank you. I don't want Lego soap. No, thank you. Okay, 9.12 store goals. Having goals is a simple way to see progress. If you don't have goals, you won't know what or where to improve. Creating goals for the store will help you and your employees push yourselves to make more sales. We suggest writing your goals out on a whiteboard in the break room or some. And now Ammon and them do this. We saw that at that Orem store that they were in. Or was it Provo? I think it was Orem. On that whiteboard in that break room. It was like weekly goals or whatever. Each night, as part of the closing tasks, employees will write down the daily net sales on the board and what the difference was between that and the goal. At the Orem store, oh look, they even talk about it. We have the employees send a closing log each night in Sling. Okay, we got Sling, we got Slack. Orem employees all chat. I don't know why they put a random apostrophe before an S. It usually says something like closing log 8/16/23, net sales under goal by $400. This helps everyone see how the week is going, and it reminds employees what the goals are. Some stores implement a bonus system for the employees if certain goals are met. An example could be if the weekly goal is met, employees could earn an extra $1 an hour for every hour they worked that week. Okay, just more money out the door. There's not a standardized system for employee benefits. Most stores offer some sort of benefits or discount on products like 5 to 10% off new inbox and 20% off everything else. Also, okay, next section, a 9.14 employee task list. The following are some examples of pre-opening and closing task lists. Find what works best for your store. But using a system like this is going to help your employees stay on task and be accountable for maintaining the store in an operable condition. Turn off the lights or on the lights, set up the register, windows, open those if that's appropriate, vacuum. Make sure that each case area has customer materials and a pen. Bathroom chores. Complete a task from the weekly checklist. Write on your assigned store checklist. Okay, this is all right, whatever. If you're unable to complete any of these items, noted in the daily log, then the closing list, weekly list. Okay, so these are just different things of how to keep the store up. Customer displays. Often you will want to display and show off what's a MOC that they have created in your store. So this must be like custom things. This can be a fun way to engage with your customers, but precautions need to be taken to ensure that customer created and owned parts are not accidentally counted towards store inventory. If you're going to engage in this kind of activity, you need to have a separate space dedicated to customer builds. Ideally, you could use something like the examples below. Okay, so moving on. Hours of operation. In accordance with previous versions of the franchise agreement and also incorporated herein as a standardized policy, Bricks and Minifigs locations must be open for business not less than 8 hours per day, every day of the year, except on Sundays and holidays. So you don't have to open on Sunday. We may specifically designate such holidays in good faith in the operations manual, but we have yet to do so. Okay, Sunday hours are optional. So you can be open or not on Sundays. They may vary depending on the demographics of the territory or the requirements of the franchisee's lease. Yeah, like some leases are like you have to be open. If the mall's open, you have to be open or whatever. It is required that franchisees maintain a telephone answering system and monitor an email address for the store, product presentation. Okay, so now we're on to section 10 of the operations manual. Product presentation and store appearance. Presentation is everything. We only have one chance to make a first impression. Things like employee image, product pricing and displays, store cleanliness, all of this is part of the overall image of making a positive impression. The store has to be presentable. Take regular tours of the store as if you were a customer. Optimal store appearance includes such basics: employees in uniforms, products stocked. New sets should be organized by theme. The only exception would be a different grouping like big sets, where maybe there's a Star Wars set with other set types. Always keep a full look by facing the products and bring it. Okay, this is important. Always keep a full look. They don't want their stores to look empty. They want you to face your products and bring all the products to the front of a shelf or display. Having shallow shelves assists in this process. They don't have no big old shelves. Have little skinny shallow shelves. Price tags have to be consistently in the same place on all boxes. This is recommended that the price tags be put at the upper right-hand corner of the box. Since prices are not on the shelves, Having the price tag in the same spot makes it easier for you to explain to the customer where they can find the price tags. When customers ask you what the prices are, you can say all our pricing is in the upper right-hand corner of the box. This makes it easier for the staff to assist customers. Shelves should be ideally stocked with small boxes on upper shelves, larger boxes on lower shelves. This also keeps the small items out of the hands of younger children. It keeps balanced this way and contributes to a sharp store appearance. If your new sets are not sorted by theme, then price points, box sizing, or some other method can be used as an alternative. Okay. Ooh, this is interesting. 10.2.1, displaying Toy House / Lego distribution products. Ooh. The intention of this guide is to clarify what is and is not acceptable for displaying sets from Toy House. These are like the official new in-box Lego sets. Sets from other vendors, and retired sets from trades. This guide does not reference sets that are open box, sealed bags, certified, or used. There should be no question that those should not be intermingled with Toy House products. What are Toy House products? Those are the ones that would be coming from Lego to Toy House, and then Toy House being the distributor. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Now, does Bricks and Minifigs still have a relationship with Toy House? Has Bricks and Minifigs as a corporation moved to only Lego distribution? Have they moved to Lego distribution at all? I don't know. I'm just reading this publicly available document, or this publicly available website. They're saying don't intermingle the new in-box sets, like these new sets straight from Toy House, with your open sets or your certified or your used sets. The sections below are meant as examples of how to display the new in-box sets and do not indicate the space requirements for the Toy House section. The categories for sets in this guide are broken into 3 categories. Number 1, current sets from Toy House. This includes sets in the retail and online channels, subsequent orders from Toy House. The second category, current sets not from Toy House. This is any set that they go and get from Target, Amazon, Walmart, Kohl's, etc. And then the third category is retired sets from various sources that didn't come from Target, Walmart. Current sets means like the ones that are for sale right now from Lego. Retired sets means they're not for sale right now. They don't sell them no more. As can be seen above, I guess there used to be pictures. As can be seen above, sets that are obtained from Toy House would have a designated section completely separated from either retired sets or sets not obtained through Toy House. They get their special Toy House section in the store. The separation is ideal, but is not necessary. Now, we're learning that Toy House itself requires a designated section. But new in-box sets obtained from non-Toy House sources like Target, Walmart, Amazon, etc., those can be displayed in the Toy House section as long as they are listed in the current Toy House list of products, and they have to be in perfect condition. So even if you didn't directly get it from Toy House, if Toy House does sell those products in their catalog or like distribute those products, and you get it from, instead of getting it from Toy House, you get it from Amazon or Walmart or something, you can put it there. But it has to be new, it has to be perfect condition. To a customer, it should be indistinguishable that 2 identical sets came from 2 different sources. Sets obtained from Toy House can be displayed outside of the Toy House section. Historically, new in-box sets are divided into themes: Star Wars, Ninjago, which is obviously how you say that, Friends, etc. They contain both new in-box and retired sets. No reason to completely separate the current and retired. Unacceptable layout. In no case is it acceptable to merchandise retired new in-box sets in the Toy House section. So once something gets retired, you got to take it out that Toy House section. Through daily activities, sets that may not belong in the Toy House section may accidentally get placed there. That's fine, as long as those sets are pulled and re-merchandised in their correct locations. This is no different from moving a Ninjago set into the Star Wars section, back into the Ninjago section. Okay, so like, customers, they'll pick something up, they'll walk around, they'll put it back where it don't go. You got to put that stuff back where it goes. Additional notes. The Toy House section can be as diverse or specific as makes sense in your particular store, as long as the sets in that section are currently available through Toy House. If your store is like a city specialist, your Toy House section can be composed entirely of city sets. It can be only 2 themes. It could be 3 themes, but it just has to make sense for your store. So at this time, it's inadvisable to split vertical wall space into Toy House on the top and retired and certified below. The intent is really to present delineated. Okay, so they don't want you to do it across this way. They want you to do it up and down. Used sets should always be displayed behind glass or have some sort of barrier between them and the customers. These are impulsive items and they need to be seen by the customers and in a display case if they can. These need to be kept out of people's hands though, generally speaking. Be warned, adults are 10 times worse than kids when it comes to touching and breaking used sets. Adults are 10 times worse than kids. In the stores, they be breaking stuff. When merchandising used sets, live by the motto, if it can't be seen, it can't be sold. The further away a used set is from a customer, the less likely it is to be sold. If someone can't see the details or if you have the minifigs tucked inside the set, you are less likely to move that set. You will likely end up with an overabundance of small world sets and vehicles. Rather than just hiding those or having them take up space where a higher profit item could go, try creating a space in your glass cases where kids can come and spend their allowance. Create sections of $1, $5, and $10, $25. You'll be surprised how often kids will be excited by what they find in their budget. Certified used sets. These are sets that have been verified as complete. They are to be repacked in their original boxes or a BAM approved repack box. Okay. Used sets, display tips. All displays have to be safe, no jagged edges or glass missing. Take a balloon and run it around the edge of your display case. If it pops, do not buy that case. Have good glass. Standard retail jewelry, sliding door cases work best. Glass-fronted countertops. These are tall enough to keep people from touching them, but they are limited to only one level. Front-loading cases are an option, but not ideal. They keep customers from touching the merchandise, but it can be difficult to access it when the employees are helping people or one another. BAM price tags must be used. This is necessary because our price tags include standard information like our prices, disclaimers, sold as is, etc. Price tags for minifigs are purchased from Bricks and Minifigs Corporate. Oh, they got to be purchased. Oh, good. So you have to buy the price tags that they force you to use. Got it. They are best displayed by placing a 1x1 round stud under a corner, and then placed on the display plate. This allows for the prices to be easily changed if needed. Be prepared to explain what may be missing from a particular set, but don't write it down what's missing. That can create a dangerous precedent where you inadvertently indoctrinate your customers to always ask about or even expect there to be no missing pieces if nothing is noted. It exposes the store to potential problems in the future should pieces be missing, giving your customer grounds to complain and create an issue. Always be as honest as possible when asked. Okay, I need to read this paragraph again. Be prepared to explain what may be missing from a set, but do not write down what is missing on the price tag. Why? They say that could create a dangerous precedent where you indoctrinate your customers to ask if anything's missing, or maybe they expect no missing pieces to be there if nothing is noted. It exposes the store to potential problems in the future should pieces be missing. So don't write it down if pieces are missing, because then they're going to want you to write it down if pieces are missing every time. Why wouldn't you write it down if pieces are missing? But okay, if they ask, then you can tell them. That seems a little bit shady. Consider using where's Chris Gorman? She sure did this. She followed the rules. Consider using a color-coded system For inventory management, assign a different assign a different marker color for each month. Example, red for January, orange for February. This is to track how long items have been in stock. When you buy a set, label its price tag with that month's color. If a set needs assembly or cleaning, place the tag inside the box or attach it to the set. This method saves you time. You already determined the price. If a set remains unsold for over a month, reevaluate its price before displaying it. For clarity and consistency, write the set number and price legibility. Train your staff to write prices in a standard format, either including or excluding cents. For instance, write $50 consistently without the the decimal 00 unless you choose to include it on every tag. Okay. Presentation of minifigs. These are the most deceptive items to merchandise and keep stocked. In terms of the time and the energy it takes to present correctly and stay on top of it, they're the most deceptive. It can be deceiving how fast 250, 300, or even 100 minifigs can be sold. And by the time you realize this happened, you now have a way larger restocking task in front of you than you anticipated. This is one of the primary areas where owners need to be closely involved. Oh, wow. This is really bringing to my mind that the minifigs are a point of contention in the reckless bin, Brian Mansell, Chris Gorman situation. Thanks so much to Spirited Away for the 450 jewels Blowfish. Thank you to Yvette for the 100 jewels Sunday. Thank you, Sugared Eclipse, for the jewels. Thank you, Andrea, for the jewels. And thank you, Review DS Phil USA for the jewels. Where are those minifigs? Where are the minifigs? Yes, 7 with AJ said the color code system is used to track how long you've had the inventory on the shelves, not ownership, like the stickers used for Brian sets. Obviously, I just read it. But if you're going to keep track of things with a color-coded system, it would make sense by logical extension that you're going to keep track of ownership on a consignment by color as well. Some of the minifigs were sold. 1,200 minifigs. Not all got into the inventory. Yeah, minifigs are the important pieces. Everything else is just generic bricks, people are saying. It's just an example. Right. Yeah, no, someone bedazzled my equipment. I did not buy it this way. This is a custom one-of-a-kind piece. Both of them. Thank you, China Sue, for the gold coin, the jewels. Okay. The most deceptive items to merchandise and keep stocked are minifigs. This is one of the primary areas where owners need to be closely involved. It is one of the highest profit margin areas in the business. Oh, isn't that interesting? Those are the pieces that didn't get put into the inventory and we don't know where they are, and we don't have we never got valuations for them, even from the CoffeeZilla. With rare exceptions, customers will not ask for specific minifigs. Having them out and in front of a customer will help drive impulse sales. They are not out for people to see. If they are not out for people to see them, you are not going to sell them. Minifigs are expected to be sorted, stocked, and prominently displayed. It looks so simple. It just appears to be rows of people. But it can take up to a full day to do just one display case because there are so many factors to consider before displaying. Are they built completely, correctly, and ready for display? Is the price accurate and correct? Girl, these are synonyms. Are they displayed properly by theme? Preload minifigs onto plates before you even move them into the store to save time. Every row of minifigs should have a price tile. Don't ever assume a customer is going to know because row A is next to row B that their prices are the same. If a customer can confuse something, they will. So that would be poor customer service. Is it visible? If a customer can't see it, you can't sell it. Don't smush minifigs so close together that a customer can't tell which minifig is behind another. On the other hand, don't space them out so far that your customers think your selection is limited. People will buy multiples of the same minifig. Don't be afraid to put multiples of the same out on your shelves. Within a given row of minifigs, keep them at the same price point if possible. Fill in the gaps, moving inventory with similar minifigs, not necessarily the exact same items. Displays and cases. A wall-mounted case like a shadow box. These take up a small amount of space, but they have a good wow factor. Countertop displays. These can be double-sided and rotatable. Okay, so they just go through the different, type of ways you could display a minifig. Okay, then they get into the uniform policy or the dress and appearance guidelines. I'm interested in this. Let me see about their piercing policy and stuff. Please review the new updated dress and appearance policy and ensure that it is incorporated into your daily operations. This policy is being implemented as a part of the operations manual, and therefore all franchisees are to act accordingly. If you don't follow the dress and appearance standards, we could come and just take your store, violate the franchise agreement, we're going to take your store. A nationwide, family-friendly retail brand. We value professionalism. No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't act professional, so I don't think they value professionalism. Take pride in our appearance. Have y'all seen that thing growing up on top of Ammon McNeff's upper lip? I don't think they value their appearance. As a brand, we want our employees to represent themselves in a manner that is both approachable and professional. Did y'all see Joshua Johnson with his toes out in the front yard? That was not approachable or professional. We believe that maintaining a consistent appearance helps enhance the shopping experience. A brand catering to families, our attire is crucial in setting the right impression. It plays an integral role in elevating the customer experience. You know what I notice is missing here? Sometimes what people don't say is just as important as what they do say, and it does show how Ammon McNeff's sociopathy has permeated the entire business. His whole, I don't see people as people. I don't see them as human beings. What I see them as output machines. You could tell that here because when you're making a uniform policy, an appearance policy, of course, obviously you want people to look professional. You want them to look professional as is, in the context of your industry. But what else? What else do you want? Them to be safe. You don't want people only wearing, you want people to wear closed-toe shoes, for example. You don't want them wearing closed-toe shoes only because it looks better and you don't want their toes out. What about running their toe up into a rack? What about dropping something heavy on their feet? That's for safety. It don't say shit about safety. It don't say shit about safety. If customers can confuse something, they will. I feel called out. I appreciate it. Are the pew-pews a part of the dress code? Professional and approachable until they call the cops to arrest you. Right. All right. I see a troll in my chat. You're banned. Goodbye. Okay. Go do that somewhere else. Somebody asked me the other day, just a question. I'm not trying to be rude or anything like that. But I'm just wondering, is this creator talking about me in my comment section? Bitch, you talking to me? How you can come to my comment section and not talk to me in the second person? Is this creator, does she really value free speech? Is this a place where everyone has free speech or only her and everybody who doesn't agree with her gets banned? This is not a democratic forum. This is a monarchy. I am the queen. You are the subject. If you want to have free speech, go literally anywhere else on the internet or perhaps consider your own YouTube page. This is not a place for free speech for you. This is a place where I talk about my ideas, and if I let your comment stay up, I'll let it stay up because I felt like it. Questions, comments, concerns, take them up with the Lord because that's the only one I answer to. Okay. So here is the uniform protocol. Let's hear that. I'm dying to know. It isn't just about adhering to a dress code. It's a reflection of our brand's identity, fostering unity among our team. Right. You don't want the team to be too individualistic. You want them all to be part of your cult. So you got to put them in the uniforms. And again, I don't think anything's wrong with a uniform. I love a uniform. When I went to school, I loved a uniform because I didn't have to think about what I was going to wear that day. And when I'm in a store, I love a uniform because I know who works there. So I'm not trying to say uniforms are bad, and in and of themselves, I'm not trying to say that they're like cult. But we're seeing the reasons for this. He didn't say, or they didn't say, you want to have on a uniform so the customers know who to ask for help. It says, fostering unity among our team, and providing customers with a consistent professional experience. See how that's kind of tacked on at the last end? Employees are expected to wear their uniforms neatly with pride. Okay, fine. Uniformity and dress helps employees feel part of the same team. Again, more stripping of the identity and the individuality. These are cult tactics. I'm not saying a uniform is a cult tactic. Please. What I am saying is they are saying the reason for the uniforms. They are constantly, at 2 different times, look, unity among staff. Look, they're going to feel like they're on the team together. This is the most important to me for a uniform right here. Helps customers identify quickly which employees can assist them, fosters greater customer service and overall store experience. Following are the standards we uphold. Consistent brand representation. All personnel required to wear the designated Bricks and Minifigs uniform when on duty. This typically encompasses t-shirt, polo, or apron with the brand name on it and a name tag. If the store wants to adopt wearing polos, everybody got to wear the polo. Clean, presentable trousers, jeans, or skirt. Ensure the entire outfit looks neat and professional. If you want to do t-shirts instead of a polo, make sure it is free from excessive wrinkles or stains or signs of overwear. Pair it with tidy slacks or jeans. The combination showcases the casual approachability and professionalism. Maintain uniform condition. They should be kept clean and orderly condition. This is all like pretty much normal stuff for a uniform policy, to be honest. If they wear aprons, they should be free of stains and smudges. If it becomes soiled or dirty during a shift, switch to a clean one if possible, or clean the spot immediately. With the introduction of a new versatile range of colors for our shirts and aprons, an update is being implemented to account for the new range of options in order to ensure cohesion. Store management, including owners, should establish an internal process to coordinate their attire. So they want them to wear the same color as each other. So you can't have like one person wears a blue shirt, one person wears a black shirt. The full range of colors is not a requirement of any store. See below the options. Store, example 4, if the store introduces all of the shirt apron options, they have to schedule them for designated days. Example, Monday, blue with a black apron. This is too much. Each store is responsible for their own specific uniform policy. Managers and store owners do have flexibility in their attire choices to retain their leadership roles, not being required to match the other staff, for example. They are still bound by the principles of these guidelines. This is pretty normal. So far, other than the weird, like, double emphasis on uniformity of the staff feeling like they're on the same cult team, everything else pretty normal so far on this uniform policy. Everybody got to wear the same color shirt. Okay, fine. Managers can wear a different color shirt. Fine. I used to work at the Darden restaurants, Yard House in Fenway Park. The managers wore white button-down shirts. We called them white shirts. And the workers wore like the lower than the managers. Like I was a bartender, for example. We wore like a black 3/4 length shirt for the women. The men, I think, wore a button-down with short sleeves with black. So the employees wore black. The managers wore white. This is like a normal thing. A troll is someone who doesn't really want to contribute. They just want to distract. Yep. Footwear standards. For safety and hygiene reasons, thank you, open-toed shoes are not permitted. All employees must wear closed-toe, non-slip shoes that are appropriate for the work environment. I used to wear shoes for crews. In any retail environment, but especially one that involves Lego, our footwear choice. This is actually kind of funny. They're kind of funny for that. Matt McNeff must have wrote that part. I think he's the one with a little bit of a sense of humor. In any retail environment, but especially one that involves Lego, footwear choices are crucial, not just for professional appearance, but more importantly, for safety. This is what I was hoping to hear. So yes, I agree. protects you from falling objects, tripping hazards. It helps you to be stable and be supported on your feet, preventing stubbed toes. I don't know if you ever wore some Birkenstocks or some flip-flops or something to work in a retail shift and you stubbed your toe up under that rack. You won't ever wear them open-toe shoes again. That hurts. Closed-toe shoes prevent unwanted dirt and dust from entering the shoe. For these reasons, employees are required to wear closed-toe slip-resistant shoes. Dress ethics. Oh, girl. Now they got ethics in the dress code. The attire we choose to wear is not only a reflection of our personal preferences, but also a representation of our brand's values and our commitment to providing excellent customer service. By ensuring appropriateness in dress aids in maintaining a comfortable shopping environment for clientele. Below are more detailed guidelines. Tasteful, reserved clothing choices. Nothing too tight. Clothing should fit well, but not be too tight or overly baggy. Don't wear excessively tight-fitting jeans or trousers. They might not only be uncomfortable for an employee during a long shift, but also could be distracting or deemed unprofessional. So it looks like no leggings are allowed, which I've also seen in many places. Like, that's a rule. A lot of places have. Avoid revealing clothing, such as low-cut tops, excessively short skirts or shorts. So they do allow shorts, but just not excessively short. Nothing sheer, nothing that could be distracting. How? I need more clarification here. Or that might make some customers or coworkers feel uncomfortable. So don't have your titties out. Don't have too much of the, tight pants, boys or girls. But I mean, look, they letting them wear shorts. I know a lot of retail locations, you can't even wear shorts. You can't have your knees showing. I know a lot of places you can't even wear capri pants. You can't even wear, your ankle can't even show. So far the uniform policy I think is pretty much fine, truly. Any clothing with potentially offensive images, slogans, graphic that could be seen as inappropriate should be avoided. This extends to politically charged, controversial, or aggressive messaging. Like a shirt with a politically charged slogan might alienate or offend a customer who has differing views, leading to unnecessary tension in a place meant for leisurely shopping. Dress for functionality, avoid attire that may interfere with regular duties, such as overly long sleeves, large jewelry, cumbersome accessories, large dangling earrings. Those could get caught on merchandise or displays. Since Bricks Minifigs caters to families, it is essential that all attire remains family-friendly, ensuring that the parents and the children can shop without encountering any problems or discomfort. Chosen attire should always facilitate easy interaction with customers. I don't think this is that big of a deal because they give them the shirts. So, they're just saying basically don't make the shirts too tight and don't wear your shorts and stuff too tight and too short. They're not giving an inch. They're not saying we're going to measure your shorts to your kneecap or something. So far I think the uniform policy is probably the least offensive part of this whole thing. Maintaining impeccable personal hygiene is more than just a measure for professional appearance. In a retail environment like Bricks and Minifigs, it serves a dual function of enhancing customer service and promoting a positive work atmosphere. Odor management, stop. Stop it. Neat appearance builds trust, indicating that the employee respects themselves, their jobs, and the customers they serve. It says odor management. Bad odors. Whether from body odor, breath, or strong fragrances can be off-putting. They deter customers from spending more time in the store and engaging with staff. Maintaining good personal hygiene, use deodorants judiciously. Proper dental hygiene, avoiding overpowering fragrances. This ensures customers can focus on their shopping experience without distractions. Clean your hands regularly. Personal hygiene also plays an indirect role in fostering a happier workplace. When all staff members maintain good hygiene, it indicates mutual respect, creates an environment where colleagues can work without discomfort. This is hilarious. Poor hygiene can lead to uncomfortable situations or discussions among team members. Ensuring cleanliness can preempt potential conflicts or feelings of unease, ensuring that the focus remains on collaborative work rather than personal grievances. Hair, hands, and teeth have to be clean. They don't have any nail polish restrictions. They don't have any piercings restrictions. I actually don't have that much of a problem with this. It could even be more conservative and it would still be normal. Okay. We've moved on to the next section. Now we're in section 11, product categorization. Opt for subtle, pleasant fragrances. Oh, wait. So we're finishing the personal hygiene here. Opt for subtle, pleasant fragrances, ensuring they don't overpower the store's ambiance. Prioritizing hygiene is not just a personal responsibility, but it is a commitment to ensuring the best experience for our customers. Concluding note, Bricks and Minifigs values the image we project. Through adherence to these guidelines, we aim to consistently present a harmonious blend of professionalism and approachability to our esteemed clientele. The esteemed clientele you were trying to get in a triangle of trust a couple sections back. Okay, so then now they're going into the product categorization. Categorizing the Lego universe can be done in many ways. We do our best to keep it simple but useful. You have to understand the basic themes: licensed, Lego themed, recently discontinued, product types. They can be minifigs, new sets, bulk, used sets, weapons and accessories, and miscellaneous. 11.1, whether you are thinking of sets or minifigs, it is important to understand the basics of how Lego themes are organized. Licensed is anything for which Lego must pay a licensing fee. That's Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Harry Potter, Disney. Gotcha. There are certain themes where Lego always tries to have something in their store. Minifigs or sets will retire, but the theme will always be active and have sets available. This includes Technic, City, Space, Underwater, Pirate, Creator, Friends, Botanicals, Minecraft, Speed Champions, etc. Now, sometimes themes do get discontinued. These include themes that have been recently retired. This is different than set retirement. This is when a whole theme goes away. Examples of this include Galaxy Squad, Power Miners, and Indiana Jones. Section 11.2 has to do with minifigs, or minifigures. These are broken into the following categories. Licensed minifigs. These command the most money. Many people would rather have a Luke Skywalker than some random city construction worker. Normally, licensed minifigs are not yellow. Cool. The only exception was 1999 to 2004, where there were some yellow Star Wars and Harry Potter minifigs. In 2004, minifigs went to flesh-colored when they do the licensed. All right, cool. Good to know. Another category of minifig is a Lego-themed minifig. So it's not licensed. It's not like, it's Harry Potter or it's Luke Skywalker from Star Wars. It's Lego-themed minifigs. And those are a little bit more of a mixed bag when it comes to value and whether or not to sell the minifigs in the cases. Generally speaking, non-specifically licensed minifigs don't sell fast, and generally they just aren't worth as much. That being said, if you have enough of a specific theme to put it in a case, along with others still have room in your cases, then go ahead and do that. Customers often will come into the store looking for a minifig from a specific theme. If they are able to find it in your case, as opposed to looking through the minifig maker table, they're going to be willing to pay more, and they're going to have a better customer experience. While in general it is a good idea to plate and put in the case themes that you can, some of the Lego specific themes are more worth your time to put those on a plate. So the plates are like a large, flat sheet where you can put the minifigs in and they sit in there. All minifigs, Nick said, used to be yellow until the year 2004. That's when they introduced real colors for figures that represented real people. Otherwise, you would have had a yellow Lando Calrissian whitewashing a black person. Gotcha. Just got here and I want the stress bricks. Hold on, I'm just looking at some of y'all's comments. What do they say about weapons? Thanks so much to 3 and under for the $4.99. The useful scalper info is from the original owners. The tight leash litigious elements are from McNeff's. It's written by 2 types of criminals. I'm not accusing anybody of a crime. Thank you for that $4.99. I'm not saying anybody did any crime. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But I do understand that is your opinion. Ams said, it is kind of sad to say, but sometimes you really do have to talk to people in retail about using deodorant. I had my store manager tell me that she had to talk to several people because it was bad. I mean, I used to work with people who they were stinky and they needed to be putting on deodorant. Can I please link my previous videos where I reacted to sections 1 through 9? No. I don't know which ones they are, and it's too much for me to go through all that. But probably it has. Probably it's obvious if you go to my previous live streams. As the manager, you have to have that deodorant chat. I know. Okay, so while in general it is a good idea to plate, so put them on the plate, you know, the little Lego plate, and then put them in the case if you can. Some of the Lego specific themes are more worth your time to put in the case than others. Specifically, Ninja Go. I don't know if y'all knew how that I don't know if y'all knew that that's how that was said. Is obviously how it's a ninja and he's going places, so it's Ninja Go. And other themed minifigs such as the classic spaceman, forestmen, knights, pirates, similar. Those are more collectible. Other themes such as ultra agents, Nexo Knights, Chima, generic city minifigs. They might not do as well in the cases as others, but maybe you can put those in the bulk minifig table. Okay. Now, there's also another category of minifigs. These are collectible minifigs. These started around 2012. They are a one-time release with a limited production, 4 or 5 times a year when Lego puts out a series about 16 assorted minifigs in small sealed pouches. We never sell them in the original packs. Why? Oh, because they would be blind, that you can't see them in there. Okay. Because I thought once you open something from this Lego brand, it will be less valuable. So they're like, okay, they come in these packs, but we take them out. One-time release, limited production. These are the collectible minifigs. Lego puts out a series of about 16 assorted minifigs in small sealed pouches. They unseal them though. Why? We open the packs. We put them out on display at different price points so people can choose the minifig they want, as opposed to the blind original pack. Within series minifigs, there are some that are rarer than others, so the individual minifig pricing will vary. Then there's custom minifigs. These can be custom Star Wars or Lego, or a custom printed minifig. What we do not do is allow or sell knockoffs or copies. Any item that is essentially counterfeit or a blatant illegal copy of an actual minifig. So this includes soldiers. One of our best selling custom minifig categories is soldiers. We often use generic minifigs dressed up with brick forge packs and weapons. Soldiers can be displayed. Superheroes are in this category. Animals. These sell very well. The key to selling these is having them all together in one area on the display where they are stocked and can be seen. Customers do not come into the store looking for them specifically, but mostly they are impulse items, so make sure to keep them stocked. Then they get into the new sets, like minifigs. They are licensed sets and Lego-themed sets. There is a general timeline, life cycle for sets that puts them into categories: current, recently retired, classic, or long retired, meaning this was like 6 or 7 years ago. They talk about the used sets, partial sets. Warning, don't get greedy. Yeah, okay, well, maybe they should go and read this sentence each morning to themselves. The people who wrote this. Not every set is worth the time or energy to rebuild. It is best not to put too much time or resources into completing partial sets. These are typically sets that are around 80% or more complete. Your decisions regarding partial sets is going to depend on your store needs. It may be tempting, but don't make the mistake of adding more pieces and work and labor costs to move the product. Seeing the potential money can lead you to spend too much to rebuild something on which you may eventually only break even. Avoid analysis paralysis and overthinking. That can make more money by adding store resources and all that. Just don't be doing all that. Just split it all apart if need be. Incomplete set are the ones that are like far from complete, so less than 80%. Bulk, brick, large dump tables. This is the most common. People are going to pick through and get the parts they want. We do not sell by the pound. Bulk is also sold in different size containers, color sorted brick. We do not sort into colors. These are purchased already pre-sorted. They're typically kept in their own tubs. Okay, this includes items of stud beams. Premium bulk is specialized pieces. Here are the only items you pull from generic bulk and treat as specialized. Train parts, boat parts, larger sets of 4 wheels, trees, bushes, large vegetation, large rock walls. Weapons. This category is any minifig accessory, shield, sword, food. That's a weapon? Jesus. In general, we don't sell Lego brand weapons or accessories by themselves. We only put them in the accessory bin of the bulk minifig table. Weapons and accessories are excellent to include on the bulk. Build your own minifig. Brick Arms. They are a top vendor for Lego compatible weapons. They are considered higher quality. They have exclusive weapons. They get expensive due to the way they are purchased from Brick Arms. The best way to get started would be to purchase 20 packs, break up 10 of them, and now you have a wide assortment. Brick Forge minifig accessories. Battle Brick and Brick Mania. These are military, suppliers of custom military vehicles. They use actual Lego parts, brick warriors. For miscellaneous products, the important rule to remember is if you can't bulk it, you better not be paying very much for it. And if you're crazy enough to buy it, do it for pennies on the dollar. Here's a short list of those items: books, keychains, stickers, clocks, storage containers, posters, pens, watches. They get into original boxes, though they are not a profit center or necessarily a product as discussed in this section. There are a few things to know about original boxes. By themselves, they might not always be worth keeping. They do occupy a lot of space. Customers rarely care about them unless they are collectors or resellers, and the boxes typically provide less than 5% additional markup in value. The exception is that original boxes are convenient for keeping if you're going to repack the item as certified used set. By itself, a box is generally worthless. Okay? Unless it's for a highly desirable collector or a highly desirable collector set such as Ultimate Collector Millennium Falcon, Cafe Corner, Taj Mahal, etc. Okay, girl, I am bored of the store setup. Can we get to something else? Vendor process and ordering. Now we're on 12. This section outlines the processes and guidelines to be followed while working with Bricks and Minifigs vendors and adhering to the Lego policy. Yes, thank you. I asked and I received. We're moving into how to adhere to the Lego policy. It is crucial to thoroughly understand and implement these procedures to maintain a smooth, successful, and cooperating working relationship with our vendors and partners. Initial contact with the product fulfillment team. When your Slack channel is created for your personal store, see, that's created for you. It's not your Slack channel, so how independent is it really? You'll be introduced to all the BAM corporate staff, including the product fulfillment team. This is divided into 3 sections and managed by Brad Barker. Oh, that's a new name, Brad Barker. Now, here's the 3 sections that the product and fulfillment team is divided into. And the product and fulfillment team is really on the hot seat this week from that August 1st missed delivery that got delayed. But anyway, number 1 section of that team is the external vendor support. This department focuses on securing vendors that will help you get your store up and running, including both operation vendors and vendors that supply your stores with product. You know what I just thought of? What if Josh Johnson or Brandon Best or Josh or Brandon together, or some people we haven't even heard of, or some people we have heard of, have another separate side business of inventory vendors? Remember when Ammon apparently allegedly told Josh, "You could have the store for whatever you get it for"? Were they then liquidating like the U-Hauls, the forever growing list of U-Hauls that Brandon Best was driving around? Is it possible that some of these businesses were started as like inventory, so they'll go and they'll repossess inventory from somebody, then resell it to somebody else that starts a new franchise? I mean, I don't know why that just came to my mind. I don't know why that just came to my mind. This department focuses on securing vendors that will help you get your store up and running, including both operation vendors and vendors that will supply your stores with product. We strive to ensure that the ordering processes are running smoothly for all the vendors listed in the BAM vendor directory, and continually work to bring on new vendors to help you offer a variety of high-quality Lego-related products. BAM product fulfillment. This department is responsible for all BAM branded items. Okay, so if you need bags in your store that say Bricks and Minifigs, if you need the name tag and you need the price tag, you call the product fulfillment, not vendor support. They do the marketing promotions materials, bulk discounts sold through the online store and shipped by the warehouse. And then the last one is custom printing. They handle all custom printing orders. You can contact the individual departments, and then they have taken away the names of these people from this website, so I don't know who the people are. You will be introduced to the product and fulfillment team after meeting the necessary requirements set by the vendors and gathered by the onboarding team. The following information will need to be completed through the onboarding process, and then a Slack message will be posted to the private store channel. So this is what you need. You need your official store name, your official email address, your store address. You must have a signed lease and be able to receive product at your location before the vendors can onboard you. The name of your LLC, Goofy Cart number 4. Reseller tax certificate from all agencies for your new location, state, county, city. This varies from location to location. FEIN or employee identification number, names of principal contacts with their numbers, projected grand opening date, and assigned BAM store number. Once the email has been received by the onboarding team, a product fulfillment team member will reply, set up a Google meeting. As a business owner, mastering the skill of good forecasting is an imperative. Given the limited storage capacity in most stores, this proficiency is pivotal in ensuring your store maintains the right inventory levels, preventing both overstocking and understocking. You will need to manage your inventory by placing orders with sufficient lead time to accommodate potential issues such as fluctuations in supply and demand of the vendor products. There are other considerations as well. Weather, shipping-related issues. It becomes vital to plan ahead and have more items in stock every fourth quarter. Because fourth quarter is typically the largest quarter for all our vendors in supplying the increased demand for the holiday season. And they seem to come and repossess stores right in the fourth quarter every time, is what it looks like to me. And understaffing in your store may be an emergency for you, but it isn't for the vendors, and they're not going to treat it as such. And they're not going to accommodate your lack of planning. If you need additional help forecasting, reach out to your onboarding agent or assigned unit support agent. After the Google Meet call, you're going to get emails within 48 hours, including the above information. Communication clearly, I think we read this part already, and effectively is one of the most important skills to have in any workplace, whether it's conversing with your team, to understand each other's thoughts, sharing plans with the rest of the company, or discussing updates with clients. It's essential to ensure everyone's on the same page. Closing the loop of understanding is a technique. Okay, we're getting some communication techniques from the MacNefs. This ensures all participants in a conversation exchange information, understand, and agree upon the same message. This technique starts at the beginning of the conversation with an introduction and a statement of the goal that defines the scope of the discussion. It continues with measurable objectives and a timeline to ensure everyone has a clear understanding of expectations. Girl. The idea of touching a communication once is an important practice that all effective business owners should strive to adopt. It's especially true when a person directing communications both to them, emails, Slack messages, respond or filing a communication immediately, with an exception of filing it or return later on. Business can maximize their efficiency. Business owners manage their communications with a single touch. They never have to live with it twice. It seems whatever. I don't know what they're talking about here. Communicating with vendors. Okay, this is a big deal, because apparently communications with vendors have almost got them cut off from their vendors before. Being a business partner with our vendors, they're business partners with the vendors? Oh, that's good to know. Does not mean that you can leave it to the vendor to run or manage your business for their particular products. It is your responsibility to close the loop in communication. If you're not quite sure how to resolve an issue, first consult the BAM vendor directory, where you should find the process to meet questions you have regarding a vendor. If you can't find an answer to the question in the directory and you feel it is a question that would benefit the entire brand, please tag our team at PF Team in your personal Slack channel, and we'll add that information to the vendor directory. If it's a question concerning our store or your store, invoicing, product availability, email the vendor. Here are some basic guidelines. Communicate respectfully when dealing with vendors. Building respect and trust with vendors will also help in getting better deals and discounts as a brand. Regularly communicate and thank our vendors for the services they provide. So when an issue does arise, there's already a mutual respect that has been established, and they will not become a problem that has come to fight. This will go a long way toward building strong professional relationships and loyalty. Get to know them, build a rapport, pay your bills on time. Building trust is key in establishing good relationships with your vendors, and being reliable with your payments is a great way to start. Provide feedback on a job well done. Strive to be civil and constructive, clear to the point, respectful, empathetic. Remember, now, if the Bricks and the Minifigs people would follow this advice themselves, I think we'd be looking at a different situation. If Ammon would follow all this advice himself. We've read this part before. Your official BAM email is the only email address that you are able to use to sign up and maintain relationships with vendors. That's because BAM wants to control and maintain the control and the ability to cut you off. That's my opinion. We saw this with the afraid of lawsuits situation. Like, they like to be able to come in, cut you off. You can't communicate with the vendor no more. That's my opinion. That's what it looks like to me. This is how they know that you are authorized to wholesale pricing and how all inventory reports are tracked. It also protects you from identity theft. If a phone call is necessary, then you can reach out to the main contact listed in the vendor directory. Which brings us to the section on the vendor directory. The BAM vendor directory is updated in real time, and that should be your first point of reference when you need information about any vendor. If you ever notice missing or inaccurate information, please tag the team in your personal Slack channel. Again, how independent is it really? These seem more like store managers that take on a lot of financial risk. The directory is divided into the following categories and can be accessed by clicking on different tabs in the Google Sheet. Operations vendors. These are vendors that include the suppliers of products, services necessary to run the store. Primary vendors. These vendors provide items for resale in your store. There are two criteria that vendors need to meet to be a primary vendor. They have to be able to supply all BAM stores, and the products they offer have to have historically sold well in the BAM stores. Then there's also the secondary vendors. They also provide items for resale, but these are mainly boutique vendors and other specific vendors that help in creating such things like Build-A-Fig parts, comparison pieces for new and box sets. In this section are other vendors that can carry items that have historically not done as well as primary vendors, but are provided if you see a need in your store's territory. An example is Lego books. Okay, required vendors. We have a list of it. We have a list of required vendors. Yes, this is what I came for. Required vendors. American-made signs or brick shell signage. What is brick shell? Stop. I have to stop everything we're doing right now. Brick shell like a shell company for brick stores? Hold on. We're stopping what we're doing. We're doing a live investigation. Brick Shell, Texas. Brick Shell LLC. Okay, where are we? Brick Shell Signage. Hold on, I gotta find out who owns that. Brick Shell. Brick Shell Signage. Oh, they also sell cases. Oh, this is an interesting name, huh? Signage I can understand. Yes. Signage, Gorianna, I completely understand. Every brick and minifig should have a similar or exactly the same looking sign. No problem for me there. However, to have an exact same looking sign, do you necessarily have to go with the same vendor? Maybe. Does a problem arise, perhaps a conflict, when that same vendor that is required to be used is somehow associated, affiliated with the company? Maybe. I'm not saying that is what's happening here, because I haven't looked it up. Interesting indeed. Okay, let's see. Brick Shell LLC. But that's... what is Brick Shell Signage? Currently, American-made signs and Brick Shell Signage are the only two companies authorized to manufacture the signage for your storefront. These are the only two vendors that are approved to manufacture band signage. So we maintain brand-wide consistency and uniformity. You have the ability to get preliminary estimates from both of them. Please provide them pictures of the front of your store and measurements of the front, along with any specific requirements in your lease and community, so they are able to give you an accurate estimate of the cost of manufacturing the signage. You can determine which company you would like to use. At this point, you will start to incur expenses associated with the production and permitting of your signage. Once you have picked your sign and it has been approved by corporate, the manufacturing process will take a minimum of 12 weeks. Jesus. You may need to use a different company to do the site survey and the sign installation. It is your responsibility to coordinate your survey and installation through a local company of your choice or at a cost if you use your authorized BAM vendor to prepare and engage a local contractor to apply for permits, etc. It takes time to find a company that meets all the requirements to do the initial survey, but is also qualified to see the project through. We have asked American-made signs and Brick Shell Signage to qualify and vet each company that is used for the survey and final install. We have seen issues with signage not being installed properly. Yeah, that was a whole lawsuit basis, remember, with the Cooper case? We have seen issues with signage not being installed properly, using incorrect materials that cause the, quote, devaluation of the BAM brand. This step is an important part of the process to eliminate future problems. Finding a licensed professional to meet the criteria can get frustrating in the excitement of wanting to get started, but it is essential for safety and will most likely save you time and money in the long run. To be clear, the local sign shop will only be in charge of the site survey and sign installation and is not, under any circumstances, to produce or manufacture signs for your store. We recommend checking with your landlord, as they may already have a sign company in mind that they use who can install the sign. If not, you can shop around. If you have difficulty finding a sign company local to you, reach out to American Made Sign or Brick Shell, and they can send options. Once you secure a sign company and you have the site survey scheduled, AMS or Brick Shell will do weekly follow-ups with the company to ensure they are on track to get the information that they need to quote your building signage. Once Brick Shell or AMS has the necessary info from the local sign company, they can get you a full quote. If you decide to get final quotes from both companies, you'll be responsible for paying the other sign company the cost of providing the bid, which may include an on-site inspection. The local sign company will need to complete the site survey form and provide the COI. If you have back windows and front windows on the store, you are allowed to have a Lego logo Look, Lego logos. So now we're getting information on what they can do with the Lego logo. If you have back windows and front windows in your store, you are allowed to have a Lego logo in both front and back windows, but you still must have a Bricks and Minifigs sign that is larger and higher than the Lego logo. And this reminds me of "We steal from old people" being a tagline. Please refer to the BAM policy on storefront signage for further guidance. And then and the electric storefront sign options for approved signs. Now, there's another company mentioned here, two of them, Turbo Printing and TP Apparel. Turbo and TP are the two official vendors authorized to produce any and all apparel with our BAM logo on it. You must use one of these two companies. If you have a vendor you would like corporate to consider approving as an authorized vendor, you can fill out this form, potential vendor request form. Alternatively, you can send the form to the potential vendor and then they can fill it out. Now, I want to go and look at this Brick Shell LLC and see who owns that. Now, I was just now on this SOS Direct the other day, and it was a pain in the you-know-what. But I had already gotten it, like, signed up. Nope, it's asking for my credit card again. I want to start. I'm searching this Brick Shell thing, so just give me a moment. I need to get that 3-digit code. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Okay. Brick Shell, one word. Brick Shell LLC. What is this one? Brick Shell signage. Brick Shell signage. But this seems to be for the signs outside the. What is Brick Shell? Brooks. So the only thing I see is Brick Shell here. Ibrahim Khatib. Filing history. It was started in 2022. Oh, look. Public information report was filed yesterday. Let's take a look at that. McKinney, Texas. Ibrahim Khatib. Owner. Why do they have a deal with this guy? Certificate of Formation, 2022. Managing member, Lovette Dobson was the organizer. Why is it this company? You have to get your stuff from there. Now, the other one just seems like a sign company name, but this one, Brick Shell LLC. What is that? Let me see. Names. Brickshell LLC. Management. Ibrahim Khatib. Assumed names, none. Associated entities, none. Initial address. Why is this Texas company? Okay, let's see. Return to search. Now, the other ones don't look like they say Brickshell. They look like they say Brookshell. So, I want to go to the next page. Next, final page. No. Okay, let me do a new search. I'm going to 2 words. Brick. Shell. Brick by Brick Preschool. Brick Shell. So I typed Brick Shell LLC. There's only one company with that name that comes up on Open Corporates, and that's the Texas one. Let me try Brick Shell 2 words on Open Corporates. Brick Plaza, Brick, no, Shell, Brick, and like, so Brick Shell signage. Let me try this. Brick Shell signage. I guess it must be this one. Who's Ibrahim Khatib? I don't know. I mean, I'm always just assuming they have some reason for making these like specific vendors required. And it looks like it's like they have an Instagram where they show BAM signs. Okay, let me go to Instagram. Okay, this is interesting. So I typed in Brick Shell on Instagram. Brick Shell cases comes up. Brick Shell comes up. And Brick Shell AAC blocks comes up. I guess let's just go to cases. This is just cases. I don't see any BAM signs. Brick Shell AAC blocks. Oh no, this is something in India. Oh my gosh. I did not expect to see Vivekananda showing up here. What? This is like just Punjabi holidays? What? I don't see the Instagram. Ibrahim is also the agent for AK Global Holdings. The name changed. They have an Instagram where they show BAM signs. I'm looking for it. Brick Shell cases. I didn't see the BAM signs unless I just... Brick Shell cases. They make the signs? They have the BAM signage. Highlights. They do seem to make like the cases. The Brick and Minifig type display cases. Is this M&R? Yeah. Looking for a BAM sign. Product Finder. Okay, that was a Bricks and Minifigs. Brick Shell Cases, Woodbury, Minnesota. We're here. Brick Shell Cases on display the brand new Bricks and Minifigs. While this footage isn't a reveal of our showcase, you need to see that for yourself. It is a sneak peek of what you can expect. See, look, visit our new product showroom. Coming soon exclusively to Bricks and Minifigs, Woodbury, Minnesota. Okay, that's interesting. This looks cool. That looks cool. I'm just scanning through quickly to see, or, you know, like breezing through to see if any Bricks and Minifigs type branded stuff jumps out at me. We did see that one. Why is this the company making signs? They don't even look like a sign company. This kind of looks like a Lego. I mean, like a Brick and Minifig. You know, they use that Bangers font. Y'all see any more Brick and Minifig? There's the M&R production again. Why is this the only approved, one of the only two approved sign makers? They don't look like a sign company. I don't see any bricks in, oh, there we go. This from 2024. Love, love, love this display of a complete Simpsons Lego minifig. Of a complete Simpsons Lego minifig collection displayed in our custom case, as seen at Bricks and Minifigs North Raleigh. A must-have for any Simpsons fan. This case is on theme, backgrounds UV printed directly onto the... Why is this company making signs? They don't seem like a sign company. I'm just scrolling through here to see if I see any more obvious Bricks and Minifigs signage anywhere. I know we're already all the way back into, like, they got a lot of M&R on here. I know we're kind of scrolling all the way back into 2024 by this point, at least maybe even farther. I'm just looking for any Brick and Minifig. Here's another. Brick Shell Cases. How not to drop your Lego Minifigs. Starring our funny friends at Bricks and Minifigs Port Charlotte. Featuring our wall-mounted display case for 40 Lego Minifigs, available now at our link. I don't know why I feel like I'm just wondering, does this company have something to do in like a real business relationship sense with Bricks and Minifigs? January 9th, they have a whole shelf display in a BAM store. Okay, let's go to the top. What is this? Okay, this is June. Okay, we need to go back 6 months, girl. This is February. Go back a little bit more. January 9th, you said. There's January 22nd. This kind of looks like a Bricks and Minifigs, even though it doesn't say it. Yeah, look. Our dream shelf in real life. Thanks to Bricks and Minifigs Kenosha for the snap. Check out Bricks and... Okay, so remember earlier today, put a 1 in the chat if you remember earlier today when we read about the display cases that they're allowed to use in the store. They can buy used ones, they can, you know, whatever, but they give them some types of suggestions. Like if they're used and they're sharp and they're broken, don't, get sharp broken ones. Make sure, the balloon test. Put a 1 in the chat. You remember that whole thing? I wonder if because I remember reading on that, it was like if you don't know where to get your cases, your display cases, reach out to your customer support team or whatever, and they can give you some idea of where to get them approved or whatever. This is kind of my question, Zan. This is what I'm wondering. Is there some way that corporate gets money from this company, kickbacks or otherwise? I'm just wondering. Thanks to BAM Kenosha for the snap. Check out a brick-tastic selection from Brick Shell Cases. products at select Bricks and Minifigs locations across the U.S. What? I knew I recognized this store. I have mine as a border below my shelving. So it does seem like they are not exclusive. The brick shell company seems to sell to other companies. What is this? January 9th. Okay, so this must be the one you were talking about. Yeah, this is January 11th. And this is January 7th. So, yeah, Bricks and Minifigs Kenosha uses the brick shell. So that's interesting to me. Now, the American Sign Company thing, it doesn't really actually stand out as much to me. Because, we've seen all these weird names of companies. Afraid of Lawsuits, Veil Corporate, Legally Mine is a weird name. So, Brick Shell. Maybe it's called Brick Shell because originally it started out as a case company, and it's kind of putting them in a shell or protecting them with a shell. I certainly am not making any particular allegations. I'm not making any accusations. So you can independently choose the cases they say you have to buy. Sounds good. Well, it does seem like they at least are giving the option. Like if you can find cases elsewhere, it doesn't have to be brick shell cases. And actually, brick shell is not mentioned with the cases. Brick shell is mentioned on the signs for the store front, the sign for the front of the store. So what does a company that makes display cases have to do with having the quasi semi-exclusive right to make signs? Should we just check out American-made sign just to see, just to double check? American-made sign. Oh, they don't even have a company name show up. American-made signs. This is interesting. Okay, so required. These are required vendors. So they are forcing. This is one of the companies that the franchisees are forced to do business with. Okay, you can have your choice. Take your pick between American-made sign and brick shell signage. The problem with American-made sign is when I typed in American-made sign, nothing showed up. Okay, American-made sign. No companies. So I just added an S onto the end, and there were a few that showed up. There's one based in Virginia and one based in Florida, American-made signs. So let's just take a look at that in the Florida Secretary of State. Maybe they have a separate department for the signs they exclusively make for Bricks and Minifigs. Maybe. Maybe that's why it takes 3 months. Okay, so I want to search here. American-made sign. Okay, that doesn't exist. Now, there was American-made Signs, Inc. That's inactive. American-made Signs, LLC. Samuel Laprelle, Anthony Slyman, Slayman, I think Slyman. John Arwood and Paula Arwood. Company started in 2024. Let's take a look at the annual report. Samuel Laprelle, Anthony Slyman, Arwood Family Holdings. I'm just interested personally. Put it in the chat if you're just interested in these required vendors and whether Not that they do for sure, but just investigating whether they have some type of business relationship, family relationship, other relationship with Bricks and Minifigs, or the people there that they could possibly be getting some type of kickback, or that there's otherwise some type of conflict of interest. Put it 2 in the chat if you're interested in that. I'm interested in that. I'm interested in finding that out. A lot of people, this must be an issue of public interest. Look at all the public interest. Gorianna, Danny, DJ Perp, Silly Jilly, Wendy, Marcus, Susie. AMS also has a Facebook page where they proudly display their work for the Brick and the Minifig. Okay, let me check that out. American-made signs. I'm looking for it. I don't see that. American Metal Custom Creations. I'm not seeing American-made signs. In my searches. Let me see. Okay, is it this? 0 followers? Is it this? See all photos. I'm not seeing it there. American-made signs. Facebook. Now this one is in Virginia. Oh yeah, this must be the one, the Virginia one. August 19th, 2024, Bricks and Minifigs. This must be like this. Oh, they go by this. Express Copy and Graphics. Okay, great. All right, so now I have some more information here. Okay, why am I saying this? Well, look at the picture. This is on American Made Signs page, August 19th, 2024. As you can see, obviously, Bricks and Minifigs. Look up here. At the top of the picture, print, signs, wraps, letterhead, Express Copy and Graphics LLC. That is the trade name. Express Copy and Graphics LLC. So it's not that Florida thing we just looked at, I don't believe. So let me go to the Virginia Secretary of State, see who owns this. Okay. Express Copy and Graphics. What about 12 weeks indicates express? Good question. Jonathan James. Huh. Fictitious name certificate. Articles of organization. Okay, it's thinking. No records to view. Name changes. Principal office. Registered agent principals. Okay, I want to see this though. I guess I have to allow that. All right, hold on. I check in the articles of organization. Jonathan James. Express Copy and Graphics. Jonathan David James, Culpeper, Virginia. I'm just curious why these two are the only sign company. It could be nothing. It could be just normal and fine. It kind of... Brick shell on. Gosh, hold on. Somebody sent me a message. Hold on, let me read it. It does take a long time. A sign company would keep their information online. It might be a dummy company to pretend like you can get quotes from two places. Look up the sign company. The display cases company can't be the sign company, right? The case company is different. That's not a sign company. Right. Maybe there's subcontractors. Taking a long time to get a sign in and of itself is not a big deal. Taking a long time to get a sign is not a big deal. Sometimes it really does just take that long. Okay, they filed something recently, this company. Let me just check it. This is the fictitious name. Fictitious name is commercialsignage.com. Let me show y'all that. There's a bunch of fictitious name filings, and it looks like they changed their name a few times. So here's one. This was filed June this year, so 2 months ago. June 5th. Express Copy and Graphics, going by commercialsignage.com. Jonathan James is the president. Okay, you see that? commercialsignage.com. Let's see if they have gone by any other fictitious names. I'm going to keep a little list here. commercialsignage.com. Okay, let's go back to the Secretary of State's website for Virginia. Look at all the fictitious name certificates. That one we just saw was from June this year. Let's go back to 2020. There's 2020. I'm just going to download these. 2022, and then again in November 2025. How do I open something all at once? Okay. I think I have them all pulled up. I want to see if this company has changed its name a few times. I know. I'm wondering. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, it's a joke. They seem to have attended the Legally Mine company naming seminar. All right, here was that first filing. Started in 2006. Express Copy and Graphics, Certificate of Organization, Jonathan James, President. Now, here we have commercialsignage.com. Let's go to, this is 2020, Creative Press, doing business as Creative Press. Here, American Made Signs. So this is in 2022 when it was called American Made Signs. In 2025, Commercial Signage. And then in 2026, they changed it to commercialsignage.com. As a doing business as name. Okay, so It could be a coincidence, but November 2025 is when Ben started to poke around and ask questions. Right. And June 2025 is right after that, the very end of May and the beginning of June 2025 is when part 1 and 2 and all the fallout was happening. The lawsuit was filed May 27th. Brick Shell don't even sell signs on their website, but they do sell minifigs. Yeah, I didn't see any signs. All I saw was display cases. Thank you, Andrea, for the $2. All hail the queen. Thank you, I Eat Pomegranate. Provo store worker broke dress code by wearing shorts. No, they're allowed to wear shorts. Just can't be too short. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. Thank you, Andrea, for gifting 1 membership. And thank you, World of Bliss, for the 440 jewels twice. Thank you to IID Fair for the jewels. Thank you to Strong Arm, I'm not saying your name, for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you to Aya for the 2 jewels. Thank you to Rose for the $1.99 super chat. I will check out that update in a while. Thanks so much to Zan for the 1999. EBN linked a new music video by Chaos Television Ron Peterson. Have I watched it? No, this is new to me. They use brick by brick characters. Ben is a jester that faces Ammon the king. Josh is a guard, and I'm in it as well. Oh, well, let me write it down. Because there's a couple things I want to definitely make sure I get to, but I don't want to get too far off track right now with my little research rabbit trail I'm on. So let me do a little to-do on live stream. Wait. So one thing I want to do is, girl, all my pens are dead. Look up BAM map update and EBN song. Okay, I'm going to put that on my things to do during this live stream. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the $19.99 and for letting me know. Thank you, World of Bliss, for the jewels, and to Davy for the silver star. Thank you to Zesty House Mom for the silver star. Thank you to Alice for the 6 jewels. Thank you so much to GRB for the $5 super chat. Brick Shell Cases, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Thanks so much to Memphis Art Guy 2 for the $5 super chat. Lego Community Custom Laser Cutter stuff. Okay, so it's laser cutter stickers. That's what American Made Sign does. But what about what about the storefront signs? Like the actual, signs, not just the laser cutter stickers. Thank you, Memphis Art Guy, sorry, for the $5 super chat. Facebook American Made Sign, BAM, vinyl sign, 5 images down. I think we already did. Look at that. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a little while. But right now, I have found their website based on their DBA. Why am I here? Well, because of this right here. Commercialsignage.com. This is, as of June this year, 2 months ago, their new doing business as name. Before that, it was Commercial Signage. Now it's commercialsignage.com. So one partner, Nationwide Signage Solutions. Built for growing brands. Nationwide Signage Management. Dedicated Project Management. Scalable Vendor Network. Nationwide network of trusted fabrication and installation partners. If you can't find someone to do the work at your store, we have people who can help do that. I bet you do. So American Made Sign is what they have in the actual operations manual, it's this name. This name. American Made Signs, Jonathan James. So I'm going to look that up on Google. American Made Signs LLC.com. This is the same company or hold on. I don't think Brick Shell. The thing that's weird to me is this different companies or the same companies? Are they trying to act like they're the same company? Trying to act like they're different companies, but they really are the same company? Because look, American Made Signs LLC, but now they do in business as commercialsigns.com. Is it a same company, different company? I'm confused. Hold on a second. I actually have a friend that knows about signs. Let me call a buddy down the street. I feel like I'm on Pawn Stars here. 1 second. I'm about to call my friend that knows about signs because I want to give y'all the live update here. This is a great question. Mr. Empty Head, I want to know also if this is the most current version of the operations manual because it is seemingly from 2024. And so I don't know. I feel like I'm on Pawn Stars. Okay. 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 So I got some information. In and of itself, requiring, okay, so let's start at the top. Requiring a certain type of sign and it for the sign to fit a certain specifications is not unusual. Actually, it's expected. So, just starting at the top, what's normal and expected. If you're going to be a part of a franchise, obviously you need to have the sign on the front of the store. Everything has to be to certain specifications. I mean, look no further than Reckless Ben's part 1, part 2, whatever his videos. He tried to get a sign printed for the front of the store for the Oregon store, and it was way too small. You can't get different bricks and minifigs. They want the signs to look the same. They want the customer experience to be, uniform. And this goes from the sign on the door, like the little cutout sticker, the sign on the top, the light up sign, and also inside the store. So some of those you can just print out on your printer. So who cares about the ones inside the store? But stickers and things like that, that's not unusual. That's expected. Fine. It's also fine for them to, expected for the signs to all be exactly the same color and stuff like that. Now, what's unusual for a nationwide franchise, from what I understand from my phone a friend I just did, what's unusual for a nationwide franchise is to require one specific vendor that doesn't have regional offices. Like, you would expect there would be some option, like if you're in the Northeast, somewhere up there, maybe you can get a sign person up there. Because what you end up having to do is you have to order your sign from somewhere else, wait for them to make it, and then pay shipping. And if you think about a huge sign, I mean, the shipping on that's not going to be cheap. So you would expect for someone to, if you're going to require certain specifications for the signs and you're going to require certain vendors, you would expect for a nationwide franchise to have regional offices. But this is what my phone a friend thought was the weirdest. Not American-made sign. Because American-made sign does seem to be, whether or not it's weird that they've changed their name so much, that's up to you. These fictitious names and all that, that's up to you whether you think that's weird or not. But let's go back to this vendor agreement, just remind ourselves why we're here and where we started. American required vendors, American-made sign, or brick shell signage. So that was the one that really caught my attention at first, in the first place. Brick shell signage. When you type in brick shell signage, as y'all saw, just regularly on the internet, it doesn't really come up with a company that makes signs. It's a company that makes display cases. This says room signs, sort by best selling. No products. So they have no signs. It's just room signs, but there's, best selling, alphabetically A to Z, no products, brick shell cases. It's not a sign company. Brick shell signage. And so this is what my friend thought was the weirdest. My phone a friend thought was the weirdest is if you're a sign company, what's your business? Making signs, right? Well, if you're a sign company in the business of making signs, wouldn't you have a public presence? Even if the business started out as brick shell display cases, even if you don't create a new brick shell sign company, why is it so difficult to find, impossible truly, to find the business of sign selling by brick shell? And so what that leads me to ask is this whole brick shell signage thing a red herring or a trade bait, or I don't exactly know. a decoy. So you have the appearance of choice, but really you don't have a choice. What the is a brick shell sign? It doesn't exist. We've looked here, right? American-made signs exists. Brick shell signage, nothing. Brick shell signs, nothing. Brick shell sign, nothing. Brick shell only. It's just this Texas-based company that makes display cases. And so why is it that brick shell signage which doesn't make signs, is being offered as a choice. Is it really a choice? Is it really a choice? Now, Patrick says, we recommend checking with your landlord, and they may already have a sign company in mind that they use. Yes, Patrick. However, if you read the full context, especially and in particular, this all caps, these are the only two vendors approved to manufacture bricks and minifigs signage. Manufacture signage. So, Patrick, yes, you are right. They do say we recommend checking with the landlord. They may already have a company. Yeah, see, silly Jilly, exactly. It's not just you. I find it very weird. These shell company names, they're being very obvious to me, in my opinion. Patrick, if not, you can shop around. If you have difficulty finding a sign company local to you, then you can reach out to AMS or Brick Shell and they can send you options. And so who are these options? Who are these options? Because it's not that you get to just pick who you buy the sign from. No, ma'am. What you're picking, and it makes sense because there's only one company that you're going to be buying the sign for the front of the store from, right? You have to wait for the sign to come in. So now you have this huge 250-pound, 800-pound sign, however big, and you got to get that thing put up. You bought it from the approved vendor, but you got to get that thing put up. You can get preliminary estimates from these two sign makers. But how do you even get it? Okay, let's say you want to get in touch with Brick Shell Signage as a member of the public. How? They don't exist. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Display cases exist. But let's just say somehow, some way you get in touch with them. Let's say somehow, some way you get the sign. Look, all bolded. You may need to use a different company to do the site survey and the sign installation. So you have to get a survey of the site. You have to get you have to get the sign put up on the building. But these are not going to be being done by AMS or Brick Shell. Bold. It is your responsibility to coordinate the survey and getting the sign installed through a local company of your choice. But see, installation is not the same thing, Patrick, as manufacturing. However, if you don't have somebody that you know who can come and install your sign and do your survey, then you can reach out to AMS or Brick Shell to qualify and vet companies used for installation. Why is the sign company manufacturer all the way in freaking Texas or Virginia telling you who can do your sign installation in Missouri, Oregon? Something is not right about this. Something shady and seedy about this, in my opinion. Something is not sitting right about this, in my opinion. Now, we recommend checking with the landlord once you secure the sign company to install and survey. Well, survey first, then install. AMS and Brick Shell then somehow, for some reason, stay on top of that company? What the hell is going on here? Okay. Now, if you have back windows and front windows, you can put the Lego logo in the front and the back windows. But you still must have bricks and minifigs signs that are larger and higher than the Lego logo. Please refer to the BAM policy on storefront signage for further guidance. Now, we also have these two t-shirt manufacturing companies, Turbo Printing or TP Apparel. I also want to look into those companies and see if they have connections, but nothing has kind of like ding my antenna as much as Brick Shell, okay, signage. Okay, so now you got to order your products. Okay, we're in section 12.4 after quite an extensive detour The ordering process varies for each vendor. You can find specific ordering instructions in the ordering column of the BAM vendor directory. If you ever notice the information is incorrect or out of date, please notify. I got some incorrect information, but brick shell signage don't exist. So how's that going to be one of the two options to order a sign from? All orders and pre-orders placed with any vendor is the sole responsibility of each individual store owner to pay in full. Only pre-order and order what you are able to pay for. You cannot change or cancel pre-orders. All orders and pre-orders have to be paid on time. Attempting to change or cancel a pre-order that you can put you in jeopardy. And it can also put in jeopardy the entire BAM brand's relationship with a specific vendor. It can also cause your individual licensing agreement to be put at risk or default moving forward with BAM Franchising Inc. Some of our vendors use a pre-booking process to adequately supply. I'm sure that's Toy House. Yeah. Yep, I knew it. Some of our vendors use a pre-booking process. So I'm wondering, is this how they got their August 1st orders? Through this pre-booking? Requires forecasting inventory and planning months in advance, but it does allow you to order what you need and have it guaranteed in stock. Well, unless it's that August 1st drop, huh? Pre-booking dates and instructions will be listed under the individual vendor's name. Vendors currently requiring pre-booking: Toy House, Brick Forge, this is one of the vendors, and Minifigs.me. I think Minifigs.me done pulled out their relationship. They're not doing relationship with Bricks and Minifigs anymore. I think they're not doing that. They're done. Vendor onboarding. Certain vendors only have the capacity to take on 5 to 10 stores at a time, usually every 4 to 6 weeks. It's not uncommon for new vendors to need to bring stores on slowly. So if your store is selected for onboarding, you will be emailed inviting you to onboard. Then you can place your order for the BAM starter pack on their website. You can request to be onboarded with these vendors in alpha and beta testing by tagging them in your Slack channel. Alpha and beta testing. Occasionally when we bring on new vendors, we want to test their products in a few pilot stores. Okay. Because of this, you may be asked to be a part of an alpha or beta testing group and provide feedback to the vendor of the quality of the products. But I bet you got to pay for it. I bet you still got to pay for it. Being part of these groups is optional. You can accept or decline. If you do accept, your feedback is required and valued as we consider bringing them on as an authorized vendor. Many of our vendors offer BAM starter packs. And as time goes on, more and more vendors will prepare and offer these starter packs. This collection of best sellers will give you a good starting point for offering each vendor's products in your store. Some starter packs are linked in the BAM vendor directory in column N. If the starter pack is not linked, it is because the vendor requires information account set up prior to allowing you to purchase the starter pack. You will be directed to the email vendor. You must purchase starter packs before ordering additional products. So you have to purchase the starter pack first. You can't just go in and say, oh, I want this, I want that, I want that. No, you have to get their stupid starter pack even if you don't want it. Once you have that, then you can gauge which products are going to sell in your store. You can better forecast inventory. Okay. Whew, girl, we are getting into it, huh? 12.5 is calendars and notifications. There's going to be 2 calendars kept by the product and fulfillment team, and you can subscribe to them. These are a tool to help keep you up to date and manage all of the many ordering opportunities from our vendors. One calendar is specific to Toy House. This is like the Lego distributor. The other is for all other vendors. Authorized vendors. The calendars contain order window dates, invoice due dates, meetings, and events that pertain to all stores. Links to the calendars are pinned at the top of the vendors, Toy House vendors, general Slack. Everything's in Slack over here. You can subscribe to these calendars, manage your notifications so you can be alerted of important events. You have to choose to receive notifications from the calendar. Okay. So now they talk about Toy House a little bit. This is Lego's exclusive independent and small business distributor in the United States and is the largest supplier of new in-box Legos to Bricks and Minifigs as of the time of this operating agreement, which is a 2024 version. I don't know if it's still the same version or if it's been updated. As our direct line to the Lego group, they are one of our most important vendor relationships, and this is why following communication protocol and policy guidelines is so crucial. They strive to maintain a good relationship with Lego, and they are able to offer us new releases usually the first of each month, as well as exclusives, special items from time to time. We're notified of exclusives and special items only 24 hours in advance. This is different from pre-booking new releases. These are typically done as private shopping events on the Toy House website during a certain time frame, and you have to have a password. You will be notified of special ordering opportunities in Slack. While we appreciate the access that Toy House gives us to new in-box Legos, it is important to keep in mind we are not primarily a new in-box retail store. The greatest profit margins come from used Lego sets, minifigs, bulk, and events. Your store will be most successful by focusing on high-margin products, because they got to do the pre-booking. This is probably how they got those, huge shipments that were supposed to get there on August 1st. Some of them are just getting them yesterday, today. It's the 5th. Pre-booking is the term used for ordering new product launches in advance. For example, you might pre-book December's new product launches in June. Toy House uses pre-booking as the main ordering method, but you will also have opportunities to place orders intermittently as needed. Utilizing the pre-booking opportunities is the best way to obtain new Legos when the new launches happen at the time of the release. Other new in-box inventory is usually acquired at the big box stores. So they tell people, go over there and buy it from the Walmart if you want and put it in your store and sell it. Pre-booking happens 4 months up to a year in advance, every 2 to 3 months. Minimum order amount's $500. Toy House will email you an order sheet. You fill it out, you submit it. You will be notified of pre-booking opportunities by Slack or email. All orders and pre-orders placed with Toy House are the sole responsibility of each individual store owner, and you got to pay it in full. Only order what you were able to pay for. Once a pre-order is placed, you cannot change it. You cannot cancel it. You are obligated to receive and pay for all those items without exception. If you do not have an account set up with Toy House, you can place an order beginning the first day of the month before the launch. If you could have pre-booked and you chose not to, you got to wait. Delays. Okay, look, delays will happen. Be patient and recognize this is part of running a business and dealing with supply chain issues. FedEx, if it's a parcel, you should receive an email. After you've ordered for 120 days, Toy House will review your orders and may offer you 30-day credit terms. This amount is reviewed quarterly and can be adjusted depending on your spending with them. Most importantly, you have to pay on time. Your payment should always be made in advance of the due date. Initiating payment on the due date will arrive late. Please plan accordingly. Planograms. Most months there are new Lego releases offered by Toy House, which you will have pre-booked 3 to 6 months in advance. When it comes time to release the product onto your shelves, usually the first day of the month, but always check release dates, you will need to be prepared with the item information loaded into the Heartland POS system. The information can be found in 2 documents. First is a Toy House master data set with images, and the second is a Toy House new release by month import list. Okay. Now we're about to get into the Lego policy. As soon as I get back from the bathroom. Okay. So, finally, we've arrived to the Lego policy. I mean, I thought we'd never get here. Oh boy. The Lego policy is a critical aspect of our collaboration with Toy House and the Lego Group. It governs the correct usage of the Lego brand in digital marketing and promotion. Below are key elements of the Lego policy. The Lego Group has updated their minimum advertised price policy, and it can be found below. The Lego Group has communicated a policy regarding small parts and related warnings in advertising, and it can be found below. I guess these were linked, but now there's no link. Familiarize yourself and your team with the retailer guide provided by Lego. Strictly adhere to these guidelines while marketing Lego products online, and that will allow us to maintain a strong relationship with Toy House and the Lego Group. Access the Lego Asset Portal through your Toy House portal. This portal contains permitted Lego assets for marketing purposes. So like if you want a, sticker or a sign, each store, okay, the use of the Lego logo. I've been wondering, what is the specific requirement? Or what are the specific rules? Each Bricks and Minifigs store is allowed to have one 18 by 24 inch Lego logo sign above their new inbox section. So like the section where you get the stuff from Toy House, like direct Lego stuff that's new, you can have a Lego sign, and it can be 18 inches by 24 inches. Additionally, stores can have one 18 inch by 18 inch logo window decal on their storefront. You can see more specifics on the Lego logo signage marketing section in 18.2. Shelf date. Each Lego set comes with a very specific shelf date and advertising of the new inbox that occurs throughout the year. You can check these dates on Toy House main webpage. We're not allowed to take pictures of shipping boxes or new inbox sets or advertise in any way until the official shelf date. Avoid posting images of shipping boxes or any content related to upcoming Lego products until they have been officially announced on Lego.com. Any violation of this policy can jeopardize our partnership with Toy House and the Lego Group, so please strictly comply. They have an online store. You will need, okay, this is interesting. They also have a Bricks and Minifigs online store. That's where they offer Bricks and Minifigs related items and any other items that they buy in bulk to get discounted pricing. You need the following password. They remove the password. Payment is required at the time you place your order, including pre-order. Your Bricks and Minifigs email and store address should be used for your account setup. This includes base plates where you put those minifigs on, the store shopping bags in 4 sizes, takeaway bags, ball systems, Bricks and Minifigs shirts, gift cards. You can order your gift cards from there. Price tiles, marketing campaign items, bulk tables, tote bags, Bricks and Minifigs baseball hats, so like merch, boxes, custom printed minifig parts. Products are shipped from our convenient warehouse. This is news. I didn't know their warehouse was in Linden, Utah. Now, I do remember Ammon mentioning knowing a cop in Linden in that body cam footage. He was talking about knowing Officer so-and-so in Linden. In the body cam footage, I don't know what Linden cops have to do with anything, but he did mention that. It's the only other time I remember hearing Linden, Utah. The warehouse operates from Monday to Friday, business hours 9 to 3 p.m. Shipments are made exclusively on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. When you place an order through the corporate Shopify platform, allow 5 to 7 days for shipping. If you encounter an issue with an order, send an email to pf@Bricks and Minifigs. Marketing campaigns happen periodically. The marketing team designs, creates custom items to help increase traffic to your store. Brick sabers, base plates, custom printing, department is in Orem. Can be a great resource if you have a specific design you want to print on Lego parts. BAM Custom Printing keeps a variety of commonly used parts in stock. Printer information. Custom Printing Department can print various Lego elements. Artwork has to be submitted as a vector file. Okay, let's go to... corporate rentals and agreement, rental rate. There's a limited time frame. What are they renting? Oh, so you can rent those giant blow-up inflatables and the banners. Okay, interesting. So that's another way that Bricks and Minifigs makes money off of their franchisees. It's not, you can't just borrow it. It's not like, hey, we want to help you out on your grand opening, so you're going to get access to our giant blow-up inflatable Lego guy. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, no, no. You have to rent it. $375 freaking dollars. God damn, these people are greedy. You have to cover the shipping. You have to cover delays. Okay, so if there's delays to getting your Legos to you, fuck you. If there's delays to you getting stuff back to them, fuck you too. Failure to send the items on time results in a $200 fine. Now, what's interesting to me is this is not an agreement. This is not an agreement. This is an operations manual. References and resources, agreement enforcement, contact information, other resources, TP, Brick Studio. Lego.com is a key resource. Bricklink.com is the best. When it comes to finding specific parts or minifigs, Brickignize is an AI-powered resource for identifying and looking for anything. eBay, tools for help in daily operations, social media. If you have a question about Heartland, the BAM website, or what BAMCon is, what? This better be good, I swear. The person calling me is in this chat. What is BAMCon? The knowledge base is a collection of useful articles, tutorials, and answers to your BAM-based questions. Once your account is set up, you can search the knowledge base. Slack serves as BAM franchising's primary method of communication. In Slack, each store has its private channel. In addition to those channels, Padawan judgment-free space where new franchisees gather to learn from one another. Corporate rentals can be found on the website. This is crazy. The cost for renting an inflatable minifig is $30 a day, shipping rate of $250. The banner has a flat fee of $25 to rent, including shipping. Corporate Spotify store. Heartland Info Central is the reporting hub for Heartland payments and billing. This is where all transaction history is seen. Many reports, including gift cards, can be pulled from Heartland Info Central. Marketing Google Classroom. Brand-wide is a dynamic customer relationship management platform. Bricklink is our main source in determining the price we charge for our minifigs. When searching Bricklink, look under current items for sale. eBay is the main source for determining the prices they charge for used sets. QuickBooks, buy calculator. Okay. Pricing controls, introduction to BAM pricing. You have purchased your products and now it's time to sell them. That means determining what price to set. Balance maximum pricing versus time to sell. Don't sell out of your own pocket. What does that mean? It's not uncommon to be in a Bricks and Minifig store and hear a customer looking at a super rare minifig and make a comment like, "Why would anyone pay $400 for that tiny piece of plastic?" Sometimes the person making that statement is you. Whether it's a minifig, new in box, anything we carry, the concept of selling out of your own pocket is when you automatically price something at the low end because you yourself would never pay that high of a price for the item. Just because you wouldn't pay it doesn't mean someone else won't. Our stores cater to the whole spectrum of the Lego economy. From adult collectors with lots of discretionary income to children looking to spend some tooth fairy money. And we carry products that will cater to that entire range. You do yourself in the store a disservice if you assume the majority of your customers are just like you. And you base your pricing on that. It is a fallacy that will inhibit your store's ability to service your full range of clientele. Leverage your fellow franchisee knowledge. Occasionally, you will have an item show up in the buy-sell trade, and it will have very limited data, maybe even not enough to establish a price. Ask, other franchisees what they would price it as. Standardized pricing policies. Special event promotional pricing. General store sales pricing. Y'all know I don't really care about numbers that much. Pricing methods, purchasing policy. All right, let's see. Bulk, buy restrictions. I'm going to skip ahead to 17. Prohibiting certain buy-sell trade restrictions. Stores often fear they have too much inventory or too much of their cash flow is tied up in inventory. And in an attempt to reduce the number of buys and trades in their store, they will implement restrictive practices for the buy-sell trade process, such as selling by appointment only or turning off buys or trades. This and any other restrictive practice identified here or in other communications is not supported by training or the operations manual. Okay, well, I remember yesterday we saw something like this. Remember that one store that was like, we can't give you money because we did all these cash transactions recently. And so if you want to do a trade-in, we can only do store credit right now. We can't give you cash. Remember that? Wouldn't that qualify as this? Shopping and selling by appointment only or turning off buys or trades. This is not supported by training or the operations manual. Oh, okay. So this is that. No, okay. I stand corrected. They specifically mentioned practices that are franchise approved include implementing certain protocols like trade-only transactions instead of cash. That's what we saw. Or temporarily lowering offers with the caveat that prices will increase in a few days or weeks. Additionally, running clearance sales is a proven retail practice that can benefit existing customer base. Customer-centric retail brand, we recognize the importance of providing positive hassle-free shopping experience. Let's go to Chapter 18, Brand and Lego Marks. Marketing and advertising. The BAM brand. Bricks and Minifigs strives for cohesion with regard to the logo and associated imagery. In the past, there were less strict guidelines regarding modifications, image warping, and color variation. So now they want it to be extremely, extremely cohesive. In 2022, what happened in 2022? What happened in 2022? Hold on. Hold on. Let me pull up this screen. Bricks and Minifigs Operations Manual says since 2022, they have been more strict. They have been more strict. They're not just letting you just like distort and warp and have those stretched out bricks and minifigs and none of that. No, since 2022, we've been using the blue and the yellow and all of that. Okay, well that's interesting because the only company that seems to exist, because brick shell signage does not seem to exist. The only company that seems to exist that will even make these damn storefront signs is this one. Now it's gone by many names. Shocking. Express Copy and Graphics, American Made Signs, and now signage.com. It's just so interesting to me that in 2022, they changed their name to American Made Signs as their fictitious name. Could have nothing to do with anything, girl, but I am wondering, is this a conflict somehow? Is this company somehow related to Bricks and Minifigs? Like more than just this little, business relationship. Hold on, I need to look for a comment here. Yeah, what is BAMCon? Maybe it's like a yearly annual thing they do. Okay, so since 2022, Bricks and Minifigs has used blue brick as the official logo. Any iterations of prior logos were discontinued, and in an effort to unify the brand under a cohesive image, a brief history and examples of previous BAM logos can be found in the BAM Style Guide. Use of any of the previous logos in marketing materials, interior or exterior decoration, written communications, digital or physical assets, or any social media have been discontinued and should not be used. The Bricks and Minifigs blue brick logo, whether stacked or horizontal, should be used in conjunction with all branded products acquired and customer takeaway bags, bulk bags, minifig bags, branded sticker bags. Elements of the logo. Adding a store name. Franchisees may place their store name location below the Bricks and Minifigs logo in the Bada Boom font. In black, white, BAM blue, or BAM yellow, the store's names may appear without a border stroke. There must be a reasonable amount of space between the BAM logo and the franchise name, and the store name must never be inside or touching the logo. Then they have a section on personality. The BAM brand is... And then they have the BAM brand is not. So let's see what the BAM brand is. Bright, light, fun, cheerful, playful, joyful, happy, friendly, helpful, service-minded, community-oriented, clean, organized, open, welcoming, inclusive, nice, casual, educational, and neutral. The BAM brand is not political, snooty, arrogant, overly formal, rigid, condescending. Then they don't need to have Ammon McNeff running it because he's almost all this stuff. Snooty, check. Arrogant, check. Overly formal, I'd say check, but I'll go with no. Rigid, yes. Condescending, yes. Stuffy, Ammon McNeff, yes. Rude, yes. Short-tempered, absolutely. Selfish, yep. Crass, yeah. Especially Josh Johnson. As shown below, the primary BAM colors are blue, yellow, and white. Secondary colors are red and green. Tertiary brand colors are orange and purple. These are to be used more sparingly. Black is a utility color, just used to make the other vibrant colors pop. These colors are in line with the current Lego palette. These colors are to be used in advertising, marketing, signage, and store design, uniforms, and any other application that reflects the BAM brand. Typography is Bada Boom font. Primary header, Bada Boom. Subheader, Scriptorama. When using Bada Boom for numbers, using the capital letter T in place of the number 3 can prevent the 3 from looking too similar to the number 7? Huh? Okay, who's the target audience? Ooh, I want to know. Our customer base can be divided into 4 main segments. We have created personas. Oh boy. Oh boy. We have created personas to describe each segment in order to make it easier and more effective to segment marketing efforts and target different groups. Each persona represents a group of people with specific characteristics. The collector, creative builders, instruction builders, and hybrids. Okay, number 1, the collector. These are users who almost exclusively buy new Lego products. The segment tends to be adults who purchase Lego products for themselves. Collectors respond favorably to nostalgic, vintage, retired, and new sets that are sealed or in mint condition. Then there's the creative builders in their personas of their main segment customer base. They create their own masterpieces. They love the bulk tables, bulk products. They purchase new and used sets. Majority of these creative builders are children or adults purchasing for children. But as adults, they tend to be, girl, it is thundering, MOC, make your own creation. Is that what that means? Enthusiasts. They would respond favorably to content or events geared toward creative original builds. There's also the instruction builders. Their defining characteristic is they prefer to follow the instructions that come with the Lego sets. They don't expect to create their own masterpieces. They play with their sets, they rebuild them, and they use them for purposes other than to display them. There's the last one, hybrid customer. They prefer like new products. Their customer here is often children, especially older children. So marketing to families tends to yield positive results for this. They like to collect and build, follow instructions, create their own masterpieces, and browse and shop. When writing any content, whether replying to reviews, composing emails, or creating marketing material, it's important to align with the overall brand voice. Oh boy. Within the brand voice is room for each individual store's personality to show. Girl, they don't have any freaking independence. I mean, what the hell? Where's the independence? Now they got to have a certain voice for their own store? The Bricks and Minifigs brand voice is playful, family-friendly, creative emphasis. We want to make creativity engaging and exciting. Communication should be inclusive, courteous, professional. Any communication, design, endorsement, or marketing should remain neutral and avoid taking a stance on any politically charged, socially sensitive, or controversial or polarizing topic. Although we use the acronym BAM internally quite often at BAM Franchising Inc., that is the master that oversees the franchise. Oh boy, here they go with master. At this time, we ask that the use of the acronym BAM be avoided in your marketing efforts. There are several reasons for this. For example, many other businesses are using acronym BAM, as well as with the backwards B, Build-A-Figure sets, Lego stores. As a result, BAM in marketing raises potential infringement and customer confusion concerns. We recognize that occasionally there are times when it's necessary to use the acronym BAM, such as on the back of our base plates. We do ask that the store use the full name of the company as often as possible. Use of Lego trademarks. Okay, what does Lego have to say about this? What are the rules for using the Lego trademark? Okay, it's a word, a symbol, a design, including a logo. So it's a word, it's a symbol, and it's a design. Oh, a trademark, excuse me. Trademark is a word, symbol, or design, including a logo, or the shape of goods or of their package. It distinguishes the goods of one company from those of another. The Lego Group is the owner of a wide range of trademarks, including the Lego logo, the minifigure, and the basic brick. The Lego brand is strong, it's well known across the world, and therefore it must appear consistently across a variety of mediums, including but not limited to in-store signage, displays, banners, billboards, websites, social media, apps, online stores, etc. As an authorized retailer of Lego products, it is critical that each store within the Bricks and Minifigs brand is committed to protecting the Lego brand by following its listed rules. Lego has 2 primary documents outlining the rules in using their branding and IP. These 2 documents are the Lego Fair Play Policy and the Lego E-Tailer Rulebook. Okay, so use of the logo. The following policies in addition to the policies. Okay. The Lego logo should always be used as a secondary element. It cannot appear as if we are a Lego store or officially endorsed by Lego. It should be clear to the consumer that we are a bricks and minifigs store. Never alter or distort the Lego logo. Don't crop, don't write within, don't cover it up, don't add effects, don't tilt, change the color, none of that. It cannot be covered up by any images, words, or elements. Do not put the Lego logo within text. Only use the logo when promoting official Lego products or Lego licensed products. Do not use the logo to promote non-Lego branded BAM products. When used generally, it must appear with 2 or 4 other logos of brands you carry. Bricks and Minifigs has to be prominently displayed. We cannot use the Lego logo on any video commercials. When paired with other brand logos, the Lego logo must appear in the same size. Writing the word Lego, singular and plural, is Lego, not Legos. Well, I already discussed my opinion on that as an English major with an English degree who went to graduate school for linguistics and has a law degree. I'm not letting people in Denmark tell me how to speak English, but that's fine. Lego is all caps. When writing Lego or Duplo, include a R after the first use. Any subsequent use, you don't have to do the R, the registered R. The word Lego should appear in the same typeface surrounding the text. Okay, so they have all these specifics. Use of Lego trademark in the store, use of Lego intellectual property, social media profile photos and cover photos, new set releases using Lego and other product IP. Oh boy. Oh boy. Lego stop motion animation. Stop motion animation can be a great tool for creating entertaining and compelling content because the BAM brand interacts heavily with other brands' protected intellectual property. We have to be very careful about what we put into stop motion videos. They have stop motion Lego video rules. Minifigs cannot say shop at Bricks and Minifigs. What the hell? Narration during the stop motion animation cannot promote Bricks and Minifigs. Minifigs cannot hold signs promoting Bricks and Minifigs. What the hell? Any protected intellectual property, including Lego IP, can never appear as if it is promoting any other brands. As an example, we can't have a minifig saying, oh, go shop at McDonald's. There cannot be any BAM branding in the stop motion animation. Minifigs cannot have a BAM logo on them. Backgrounds cannot have a BAM logo or a storefront font. It should be clear where the stop motion animation begins and where the BAM promotion begins and ends. This is crazy, but these are Lego rules. Since 2019, the official logo of Bricks and Minifigs has been the blue brick logo, whether stacked or horizontal. As a rapidly growing brand, the logo must appear consistently. It cannot be altered, distorted, stretched. It cannot be... So they basically just seem to have like applied similar rules as Lego. Personality. Local marketing. Marketing budget. Events and parties, birthday parties. On-site events, off-site events, conventions and shows, regional marketing. Parties, recruiting. Enticing the right candidates. Observe your competitors. While it is not necessarily ethical to poach employees, being aware of potential candidates who might be looking for new opportunities can be beneficial. Oh. Maintain a great candidates file. Develop an ideal employee blueprint. Oh my God. Staffing ad. Want to make $40,000, $50,000, up to $100,000? Oh, girl. Just scrolling through this, highlighting the benefits of working at your store. This is how they recruit and entice talent. Hiring. I want to know the vendor list. Is that on here? Oh, there's a lot of information here. I'm going to have to go through this and do an analysis here. Okay, I'm a little bit seeing stars from reading this stupid thing. So let's go to the band map said they have an update. So let's go over there. Wow, I knew this was something like this. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. Darren Hicks. I feel like Darren Hicks has something to do with that sign company too, by the way. It's just a feeling. Darren Hicks, BAM's chief development officer, recruits the owners, and the company he recruits them for sues the owners. Whoa. Every Bricks and Minifigs franchise is sold by the same short list of people. And one of them is not a McNeff. His name is Darren Hicks. He's the company's chief development officer, and his job is to find you, approve you, and walk you across a line into buying a store. He's good at it, too. He's done it for a long time, at brand after brand. So this site did the obvious thing and pulled the disclosure documents for the other brands that he has sold for. He's a franchise seller. At the two, where Hicks ran the sales side, the company recruited owners and then took the ones who left to court. One of them did exactly that on his watch for 3 years while he was also selling Bricks and Minifigs, and one of those lawsuits ended in a judgment of over $1 million. He's not a Bricks and Minifigs employee in the ordinary sense. He actually runs a consulting firm called Crest Consulting. He becomes a fractional executive, so he's a so-called fractional board member. He's pretty much a consultant that sits on the board, so he's not an owner per se, although I guess he could be. He's a fractional. He's like, I'll come sit on your board. I'll come sit on your board of directors and tell you what to do and give you my advice. He's a certified, the Utah registry lists him as the sole member of Crest Consulting. He's a certified franchise executive. And his client list, in his own description, reads like a tour of the resale franchise world. Crest Consulting provides fractional executive leadership to franchise and service-based businesses on a part-time advisory and project-by-project basis. I relish the dynamic nature of fractional leadership at Crest Consulting, where I work with multiple brands simultaneously. Over those years, those brands have included Kid to Kid, Uptown Cheapskate, Citywide, ARC Point Labs, Key Renter, and now Bricks and Minifigs. At Bricks and Minifigs, he is both the Chief Development Officer and he's also the company's own 2026 franchise disclosure document. He's named as one of the franchise sellers. What his job at Bricks and Minifigs is, he says it himself. It's the front door, recruiting, approving, and onboarding the people who buy the stores. Recruit, approve, onboard. He's also the recruiter. He is so much the recruiter, he actually recruits the recruiters. On one of his own LinkedIn posts is a help wanted ad for more people to sell franchises. Director of Franchise Development Opportunity. We're looking for the right person to join our team. What happens on the other side of the signature hits it different. Oh, this is interesting. Look, we got a quote from an anonymous source describing working with Darren Hicks. He calls every day and he's super nice until you sign your contract. Then he never answers or returns your calls. Between the front door and the back door of a Bricks and Minifigs store, this site has already laid out what the company does. Franchisees are financed into the system, which is a violation of what they say, or I would say it flies in the face of what they say in their franchise disclosure documents. Specifically and strictly, they say they do not provide financing for new store owners, but it looks like they do. Franchisees are financed into the system with government-backed loans and a company whose own audited statements carry a going concern out. A lease addendum lets the corporate office reassign the location if an owner is terminated. And the departure record shows most of last year's exits handed to a new owner rather than actually closed down. The man at the front door sells the store. The company's own machinery decides what happens after. Now, Darren Hicks, he's been doing this for a while. Apparently, he did this at the last brand he worked at and sued the owners who left the franchise. He did not sell for ARC Point Labs, a drug and lab testing franchise, and then moved to Bricks and Minifigs. He sold for both of them at once. He became the chief development officer at this other company, ARC Point, and he also was the chief development officer at Bricks and Minifigs. The same month he got those two jobs, May 2021. He held both titles till 2024, so he got both the jobs at the same time and did both of them for years. Now, what he would be doing for both companies was recruiting owners into two franchise systems at the same time. And he also recruited for this ARC Point. But at the time, the ARC Point disclosure document shows what happens when the franchisees didn't work out. Now, one of the franchise disclosure documents has litigation disclosed, 5 lawsuits. And every single one of them is ARC Point suing its own former franchisee for continuing to operate or refusing to pay the company after the termination term. And this is what happened with the Cooper lawsuit. They kept operating even though BAM didn't want them to, and then BAM sued them. 4 of the 5 were filed while Hicks was the development chief. One was against a terminated Virginia franchisee, ending in a permanent injunction and a judgment of $1.1 million. Over the same years, the same documents outlet tables show the number of franchisees that ceased operations went up every year, from 1 year to 4 the next year to 8 the next year, and that's the year that Darren Hicks left. That's when the franchise count fell for the first time. He recruited owners in the front door while the company sued when they tried to leave out of their agreements. You do not have to take the word for any of this. They have the document listed on BAM Map. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. I am very interested in Darren Hicks. I want to go and listen to the song that Echo Base Network put out, or that they reshared, I guess. Whew. Oh my God, severe weather alert again. Flash flood warning. This is a dangerous, life-threatening situation. Thank you, phone. Thanks a lot. Got it. I really hate that they could do this. Just send stuff to our phone. Oh God, Chief Development Officer is misspelled on his LinkedIn. You kidding me? You kidding? Okay, let's see. Where'd they post it? I'm on their YouTube. I don't think you can turn that off. I thought I tried to. It didn't work. Oh my goodness, y'all, they said. Chaos Television. I guess that's supposed to be me. That don't look nothing like me. And Ron Peterson made a music video chronicling the Reckless Ben controversy. It even brought a tear to my eye. Enjoy. Also, Coach and Nick are wrapping up the Bam Files Part 4, the conclusion of the 4-part miniseries. Oh my god, I like how it's like set in like the Renaissance Fair, girl. Okay, I'm gonna do the captions. I don't want to get copyright struck or have my stuff took down. Okay, let's see. In general, I'm not like usually excited when people AIify me for their projects, but if it brought a tear to Coach's eye, I will take a look. The tale thou art about to witness is a fictional reimagining of alleged events involving alleged persons doing allegedly alleged things. It doth not reflect the opinions of anyone allegedly involved in the alleged events that allegedly inspired it. Any resemblance to the truth is naturally alleged. Funny. The jester is the only one permitted to mock the king. All roads leads to clowns. It's 8 minutes long. Good lord. Ye old hall. Okay, U-Haul. Got it. Okay, is this Crystal?
The old man saved each little brick for his children's children. Every brick was a doorway. Every piece was a promise.
I was watching Game of Thrones last night. It reminds me of that.
Their future.
Okay, I'm gonna have to speed it up. She needs to speed it up.
He knew. Brick by brick.
Oh my god, look at Brian Mansell. I will say I do love a good little fiddle moment. Okay. And there go Brian Mansell with his bricks. So it's like a parody. Oh, look at Crystal.
He carried ships and soldiers sealed beneath the dust. Every brick a promise, every promise built on trust. He never wanted.
Oh my god, look at Josh.
Only wrote for those he loved when he was no longer around. The hands behind the counter made
They made Josh look way cooler in the AI than real life.
the numbers disappear and the walls grew tall and silent when the family gathered.
Get out! Leave this place immediately, or I will call the guards!
Please, not the accent. Leave this place immediately or I will call the guard. That's fake.
No trumpet called a champion.
Bricks and mini knights.
No white horse crossed the hill. Only laughter at the door.
Who's the jester? Oh, it's Ben.
Brick by brick, he broke the silence.
This is wrong.
Big reckless heart and
Life savings bricks, toy bricks stolen, taken by bricks and mini knights.
painted grin.
So Ben is a jester in this.
They called the jester foolish when he dared to venture in. Brick by brick, he faced the kingdom. Held a camera like a shield. A jester's truth can make kings fall when the hidden lies are revealed. He came dressed in bright confusion, bells ringing from his sleeve. Asking simple little questions no one wanted to receive. Every answer forged another lie.
This making me want to go to the Renaissance Fest. That's pretty much. Supposedly I'm featured somehow in this.
Told two tales, every locked and guarded doorway drove another hidden nail. So he raised the old man's story where a million eyes could see. What began as one man's battle became a call to set truth free.
We doth steal from old people. Look at the bin hanging the sign. Now this is obviously historically not accurate. Because why? He didn't hang that sign. Somebody else did. His franchisee hung it.
They warned him not to say the name. They ordered him to be still. But a bell can sound like thunder when it echoes by brick, you broke the silence. Big reckless heart and pain.
I don't know if y'all know this or not. This right here is my house. That's anytime there's a castle, it's my house.
Grin. They called the jester foolish when he dared to venture in.
I don't know if you know this or not, but that's my chair, and that man is sitting in it.
Brick by brick, you face the kingdom.
See, he obviously doesn't belong there. That is a mad king. That is a child king. That's my chair.
Camera like a shield. A jester's truth can make kings fall when the hidden lies are revealed.
Okay, wait, pause. So I always say that, literally always. Like when I'm in India, it could be like a 2,000-year-old fort. I'm like, I don't know if you know this or not. That's my house. I just say, I could be anywhere. I could be anywhere. And I went to this like beautiful botanical garden the other day, and it was like, you know, wait, what is that what it was? Yeah. And they had this like, where were we? We're at the botanical garden, I think. And we walked into this old, like beautiful, like it was a really old house. And when I walked in, there was a lady sitting there at the desk who worked there. And I just walked in and she's like, welcome home. And I was like, oh, thank you so much. And the people I was with were like, you always say, I don't know if you know this or not, this is your house. I'm like, yeah, I know. I always say that. She knew.
Sire, he is telling the people the truth about everything.
Oh, no.
Do whatever you have to and get that fool, that jester couch, at once.
Get the fool. Oh, the top. The feet. The feet.
In the morning, heavy boots against the floor, they wrapped
Heavy boots against the floor? No, ma'am. He ain't got no shoes on.
the fool in iron and dragged him from the door. They called
Oh,
his courage
no.
danger. They
What are they gonna
called his
do?
questions crimes. They buried truth in papers and tried to purchase time. But every threat inspired another, every lie drew watching
no.
eyes. The heart
The people are
of the
mad.
king struck back the
I think this is the internet. I think this is the internet getting mad over here.
higher truth would rise. A hero is not spotless. A hero can be strange. He can stumble through the fire. He
This is a long ass song. 8 minutes.
can laugh against the chains. He may wear no shining armor, raise no sacred sword above. He may simply stand beside the ones the world forgot to love. So ring, ring, ring the warning. Let the painted colors run the
It's giving like a little bit like sea shanty. It's giving a little bit like Northern European folk music.
fool who entered laughing. Showed the people what was done. His big reckless heart inspired them to stand, to speak aloud. The king was not destroyed by force. His lies brought his kingdom down.
Look at Coach. I guess this is me. Lus. I don't know who the other two are supposed to be. I mean, that don't look like Lus to me, but it's since he's standing in a line with me and Coach, I'm assuming that's Lus. Who we got here? Chris? This must be Tyler Shaw, maybe? Coach? I think that's me. Civil rights lawyer. Oh, this is cool. Who's this? I don't know who these two are. And then this looks like the boy who lived. There's Ben. There's Brian. This is not helping the RICO allegations, girl. They're going to put all us in the RICO.
Lies brought his kingdom down.
Oh, that's clearly barbecue. That's barbecue council.
Brick by brick, name by name, truth survived the smoke and blame. Brick by brick, voice by voice, one fool's courage gave them choice. Big reckless hearts, bells of steel, make the kingdom face what's real. Brick by brick, he broke the silence. Big reckless heart and battered grin.
It's making me emotional too, not because the song, but it's like, I'm so grateful that this story, there are other people on it. Like, I'm so used to being like I'm so used to being the only person saying something. It has been such a nice relief, truly, to have like other content creators who are like really smart and really dedicated, who like, I'm not paid by anybody. I'm really not. And I think a lot of these people are not. But it has been so cool to kind of have this like camaraderie again. The first time it happened was with the Free Britney movement, but the whole mainstream media was completely against us, and we were called conspiracy theories and everything else. Conspiracy theorists and everything else. So it is actually really cool to like this. I don't know what's like going on with anybody else truly. I didn't know anybody in this, like, I guess you could say movement, the justice for Brian Mansell and now all the rest of it movement before. So I cannot speak for anyone else, but I can promise you I'm not getting paid. I'm not getting told what to do. I'm not even in a group chat. I'm not even in one single group text message. So I mean, this is like, from what I can tell, like a literally organic, truly organic. People just don't like it, and we're just rising up. This is a cute little video.
They tried to cage the jester, but the night
Look, there's me.
had grown within. Brick
There's me.
by brick, he stirred the people.
Oh, that's me.
Gave the unheard strength to speak. The king kept building walls of lies until
Victor,
they cracked
Tyler.
beneath his feet. Brick by
Oh, not my
brick,
house.
trembled.
Oh,
Brick by brick, the
give
false
my crown back.
The jester only showed the truth. The king condemned himself.
He ain't that strong. Fake.
The jester never took the throne. He never claimed the crown. He only held the truth up high
Well, he doesn't need to because that's my crown, but that's fine.
and watched the lies fall down.
Who's he gonna give it to?
His bells to ring through every voice.
Hopefully Brian's dad
Learn to stand and speak.
or Brian Mansell.
The king was buried by the walls he built beneath his feet. And through the gates he opened beyond the fear and noise
Grant of what? What did it say?
his feet. And through
Royal
the gates
Grant of Collegiate Learning. Let it be known. So he got his degree?
he opened beyond the fear and noise. The old man's dream.
Wait, what in the plot twist hell? So Ben the jester with the crown came and gave a collegiate learning certificate to Brian Mansell and his dad, maybe because like they learned as much as a college degree here.
Keeps right.
Oh, it's for the kids. The tuition. Ah, okay, that was the GoFundMe. All right, I got it. I follow.
For his children's voice. A future built with love. Brick by brick.
Oh man, we got to get some construction. Maybe we could call AMS Signs and they can get someone come out and fix this castle.
Brick by brick.
Oh damn. Okay, I don't think it's gonna be fixed. I think it's now gone. Okay, well they messed my house up. That's fine. That was it. It's like way longer.
You know, at the end of the day, we do want to help you guys so you're not having to deal with this fool. And I'm really curious to see, like, if this fool even makes any money doing this YouTube stuff. I'm
He
like, if it's enough
does.
for him to travel to another
Yeah,
state
so-
just
so-
to go get some footage.
Amber Dark is an unreal artist. A crafted character with a very detailed backstory, personality, influences both personal and professional. She is not real. Lyrics, kind of, sort of, by Amber Dark. It's complicated. Produced and directed by Ron Peterson. Cute. Special thanks to Ben Schneider for sticking up for the little guy. Ugh. Y'all. I have no idea why I'm emotional over this stupid AI song, but I am crying. It's not the song, I guess it's this part. Special thanks to Ben. Am I bewitched? Did a spell just get casted upon me? I rebuke. To Ben for sticking up for the little guy and the other YouTubers. You know what it is? I just never get thanked. Like, I never get thanked. I never get noticed. I never get appreciated. A lot of the people who I do this stuff for, it's truly so thankless. I don't do it for thanks. I really don't. I don't do it for thanks. I do it because it's the right thing to do, but I have had my feelings hurt many times because I did kind of like expect someone to appreciate what I was doing and they just didn't. So we're all just crying. This is crazy. Ben sticking up for the little guy and the other YouTubers who spoke up on matters of legal and civil rights and investigated when Ben could not. We tried to honor some here for their efforts. It's cute. That is cute. Thank you for whoever told me about that. Usually, like I said, Rose was there. I don't know what he looked like, or she or they. I never get thanked, girl. I never get thanked. Shout out to Valhalla. I don't like crying either on live. A lot of times it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm talking about my dead dad or something. No, not here. It's just, I've been thinking about it a lot. And this is right around the time of year where I got sued the first time like 4 years ago. And my whole life has been like on hold pretty much since then. And I think it's just, this time of year, it just reminds me of that, getting sued for truly trying to get justice for somebody who died. Someone who died. And she died 25 years old. They lied about how she died. And truly, I was sued for defamation. I was sued for a few, supposed cause of action. But the main crux of that lawsuit was I said she lied. I said she lied. And she did. She lied. And I said she lied. And it was provable in public. And pretty much my entire life has been on hold for like 4 years. Like I haven't been able to do every single penny I make pretty much goes to lawyers, and I'm still in so much debt. And it's like, it's emotional. It's heavy. It's heavy because, I worked my whole life, went to school my whole freaking life. I was in school more years than anything else in my life. And I got this lawyer job, and then Britney Spears' freaking business manager came and wanted me to stop making videos. So I quit the lawyer job. I thought I was going to be able to pay off all my debts and everything. It's like, you know what? Let go, let God kind of thing. That's when I started kind of like even not really being an atheist anymore. It's been such a crazy, crazy 4 years. Like I really cannot even explain how insane it's been. And I've been in so much legal stuff, just harassed, stalked, followed. And most of the time, it's like 90% of the time, completely thankless. Like the 10%, I would say was huge. Because that was like where people came through with the legal fund. I never expected to be able to raise that much money. Thank God I did. Somehow, some way things keep working out. And I know and I'm confident that they will. But that doesn't mean I don't feel the battle. I'm very isolated as far as, I really, like I said, I'm not in any group chats and I don't intend to be. But this is the first time in a while where I have really felt like a sense of camaraderie and like, we're all in this together. We're all working toward the same goal through our different ways that we can. I do look into the legal documents. I like to look into, the investigative, a little bit of the business aspects of things. There's other people who can look into money. There's other people who can look into copyright. There's other people who can look into different things. And to tell this story. And it is kind of a story of the underdog. I think that's what attracted a lot of us to it. It's like, Ben said this too on a recent interview where it's like, we're kind of just tired of it. You pay all this money for insurance and you call up the insurance and you can't get them to answer the phone, and then you get a robot and then nobody's answering, or you want to return something and there's robots, and it's just, there's never any accountability. And for the first time, it looks like we might be able to work all together through legal, peaceful means and maybe get something done. And it's nice. It's like, pretty much since 2020 and COVID and stuff, like we've kind of been like forced into isolation from one another. And now we're kind of, I feel like, in a way, fully back. It took quite a while. But it's been, especially with this Reckless Ben thing, because so much of his case parallels my case. Like when they want to shut you up, when they want to shut up a YouTuber, like I feel like I've been through similar things that what they're putting Ben through, because it is a playbook of a narcissist. It is a playbook of a sociopath. It is a playbook of a powerful person who thinks you don't make money, who thinks they're going to be able to sue you into silence. And it sucks. It really sucks when you are by law not allowed to talk because some lunatics have lied about you in court. And I have not gotten justice. I have not gotten justice for that. I still owe maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thank God that the lawyers have worked with me and discounted their services, and they believe in me and stuff. Thank God for my legal team. Thank God for y'all that continue to support me. But woo, it's been a rough, crazy, exciting, fun, and I wouldn't have it any other way last 6 years or so. Thank you, GRB. Look up Thank You Yeshua movement that AMS is involved in. Huh, okay. Thanks for soft TMI. For the $5 Canadian. Maybe they're so dumb they forgot to put the name of the Shell company. They were meant to replace Shell in the text. Oh yeah, maybe. Thank you, Pyrex, for the $9.99. I own a business very similar to a franchise, and those approved companies often subcontract the actual production to a local company by providing specs. I still hate Bricks and Minifigs, and I know they are shady. Could be some type of subcontracting situation. Could be. I mean, I don't know. But you know, Pyrex said they own a business similar to a franchise. Thank you, Zan, for the $4.99. Did I see your chat? I know there's a lot, but I called American-made signs and cold pepper. Oh, no, I didn't see your chat. Thank you for your $4.99. Thank you, Miranth, for the $5. Is BAM taking Legos colors allowed? They're basic primary colors, but if I recall correctly, companies can trademark palettes of colors since they have specific shades. I don't think so, Miranth. I think Legos is like red and yellow, and Bricks and Minifigs is blue and yellow. Thank you to Kitty Zilla for the 350 jewels. Thank you to Eat Goblins for the 250 jewels. Thank you, Miranth, for the $5 super chat. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, Declan, for the jewels. Thank you, Megalicious, for the $2 super chat. We love you. I love you. Thank you, Sewed Freak, for the 500 jewels. Thank you, Jade, for the £5 super chat. We all appreciate your investigations. Thank you. Thank you, Insufferable Maynard, for the flower. Thank you to Megalicious for the 350 jewels. Yeah, no, my mom can't take any credit for how I turned out because it was all me. I basically raised her, if you ask her. Lus is done. Nice, nice. Okay, let's see. What else? What else did I have on the agenda here? Oh, this. So we talked yesterday about some of the Bricks and Minifig stores not getting their shipments. Or most of them not getting their shipments on time except 2. So Bricks and Minifigs Boise, this is Reed Brimhall's location. Better late than never, haha. August sets have arrived. And we are working to get them on shelves today. No comments, but then you see comments have been limited. In addition to that, they had posted a story. Better late than never, laugh, laugh. August sets have arrived and we're working to get them out on shelves today. Gasp react. So someone sent me an email about this, and it was a fellow content creator, YouTuber. I don't know if they want me to say who sent it or not. So I'm just going to read an excerpt of the email to y'all. I wanted to send you this post from the Boise BAM store, aka the Reed Brimhall store. They happily let everyone know they received their August Lego sets, while at the same time knowing full well that some of the stores still have not received their orders, costing thousands of dollars. This person said they spoke to several store owners last night, and many still have not received their orders or a call back from corporate as to, okay, this is crazy. So not only have they not received their orders, but apparently also many of the Bricks and Minifigs franchise owners have not even gotten a call back from corporate. Like, hey, we, where's our stuff? Hey, we're wondering, still, it's August 4th. We're missing our August 1st. The stuff we were supposed to get July 31st. It's August 4th. They're not even calling it back. Okay, so this content creator, who I have shouted out on the channel before, but I just don't know if they want me to say who they are. So I'm just, this is my default, is I don't say who it is because I don't want to inadvertently say, reveal someone's identity. But this is a content creator you probably heard of. Just spoke to several stores this evening. Many have not received their orders or a call back from corporate as to when they would get their orders. What's even crazier, this content creator said, is I confirmed that the franchisees had to pay for the orders in advance to corporate. So they had to pay corporate for these orders. Some of them paid up to 6 months ago, and we did read that part in the operating agreement today that they do have to do this. They have to pay months in advance, literally tens of thousands of dollars at the time of the pre-order. They say, my question is, if the orders that were paid in advance aren't being delivered, where did that money go? Well, I mean, maybe, I guess, I think it is still, especially with all the weather that's been going on and stuff, I think it is still within the time frame where they could say it's just shipping delays. People aren't waiting on their local Bricks and Minifigs to get this new Lego. Whenever that may be. They already done went to Target, Walmart, Barnes & Noble, or the official Lego stores, etc., or maybe even freaking eBay at this point. They already got their new releases. And this probably cost franchisees precious sales, resulting in thousands, tens of thousands in lost revenue in some cases. Crazy. Just wanted to share. Have a great day. Well, meanwhile, Reed Brimhall, his store had their stuff. Now, this was posted yesterday. Sorry for the short notice. Due to the late arrival of our August Lego order, we actually have to cancel tonight's sorting activity. We will resume our normal sort night beginning in October, after Carnival. What's Carnival? In Idaho? I mean, I know what Carnival is in Louisiana, but that don't happen in September. It's possible. It's possible Ammon has massive cash flow problems. I mean, his CFO only has experience in pyramid schemes, so it would make sense that they aren't good with money. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he has experience with something else, girl, but that's, yep, Yo-Yo from Nowhereville said that. Lego ships fast. This is going to a failed PR campaign. How many of them owners getting nothing are in the BAM union? Do you think this was passive aggressive toward the stores? Do I think it was passive aggressive from Ammon to all stores that don't toe the line? Truly, no. I don't think so. I don't think it was like, oh, Ammon decided who wasn't going to get stuff. I don't think so. I don't know, though. I still suspect, someone said, BAM went to Target and supplied stores owned by corporate people to maybe cover up that Lego had canceled their deal. The more I look at this, the more I think that probably is not what happened, because specifically they say that each person, each store owner has their own order on order. It's not like, and that's how it was for Toy House. I don't know if now they're ordering directly from Lego. Maybe some of them chose to keep ordering from Toy House. I would just need a lot more. It's hard for me to speculate. A lot of y'all do think this. It's that corporate owes money and they can't pay. But that just doesn't seem fair to me, because corporate puts these independent store owners, the individual store owners, on the hook for paying for their shipments. So why is it that they can't, like, if they miss a payment, right? Like if the store owners miss a payment, then that can jeopardize their ability to order in the future. But why would it be, if the store owner is always doing correct, is always doing right and paying on time and stuff, and they have their own independent direct sale order placement through Toy House? Again, this might be different now that they have perhaps switched over to ordering directly from Lego. But I don't think they're picking and choosing. It's also possible they really just were delayed in shipping. I mean, it says it in the operations agreement, or the operations manual rather. Sometimes delays happen. Patrick said, I thought that at one point too, but one of the BAM stores showed a bunch of delivery boxes in their back room of the new Legos. A few of them did. Aaron said, I doubt they're picking and choosing. They don't want their franchisees to be profitable. They want them to be vulnerable so they can be seized. I don't know. Maybe they lost the Toy House account. Thank you, Julie, for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you. You're appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, things get delayed all the time. It can be random. They didn't prepay Lego, period. So Pyrex, are you saying like the store owners prepaid their tens of thousands of dollars to Bricks and Minifigs, but then Bricks and Minifigs corporate didn't turn that money over to Lego? Ordering from Toy House doesn't give a big margin. Right, and this was addressed as well, that the new in-box sales are not supposed to have a big margin. They're supposed to get people in the door. And then once people are in the door for the new in-box set, then they see a little minifig or a little pre-built or a little bulk whatever, or maybe they plan a party and it brings in like these sort of supplemental sales. Oh. New Kaiser police document. I wonder if this is the one I ordered. I ordered that 30-page document. Okay, shout out to Chris Reports Things. Again, he's doing excellent work. Really, truly so good. He's posted this 44 minutes ago on the Reddit. This is the Kaiser Police CAD. This is like the call list, I think. From November 21st, 2024. No report was filed. This is the first day Brian Mansell met Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best. He speaks extensively about it in the full interview that Ben just released. In the interview, Mansell said he called the store directly on Thursday, November 21st, 2024, 1 week after the Salem Kaiser Bricks and Minifigs store was taken over. He had not heard from Chris Law Gorman about his check. He spoke to Brandon. Brandon said he had no knowledge of the collection. Liar. Brandon Best and Jonathan Johnson were at the store. According to Brian Mansell, got a copy of the consignment agreement and his ID. He brought photos of the collection unveiling. He brought photos of the collection unveiling with his dad and Chris Gorman. Brandon Best asked if that was Chris Gorman, saying he never met her. Even though we have him on, he's a freaking liar. Liar. Brandon Best we have on camera meeting Chris Gorman. They lied to the cops. Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best told Brian Mansell there was no Star Wars Lego collection in that store. I guess Crystal stole it. They said she knew the takeover was happening. Maybe she ransacked the store. Brian said he left the store panicked and left an emotional voicemail for Chris Gorman, begging her to return his sets. To his surprise, she actually called him back that same day. She told him she had the sets that she had taken to Rose City Comic-Con in September. The rest of the sets were in the store. She showed him the now famous Ring video footage of Brandon on the phone with Kai McAllister while Chris discussed the collection with Brandon in person. She also showed him the additional video of her being escorted out, photos of marked sets in the store, showed him a video that included Brandon Best in the background. Because then Brandon Best said, I never met her. She said, oh, really? Here's a video of him in the room with me. Chris Reports Things said, an upcoming story that I'm working on shows that BAM Franchising did have access to that photo and the Ring camera footage months before Reckless Ben became involved. Brian Mansell said in the interview that it proved he did know Crystal and he did know about the consignment. He and his wife called the police back to the, He and his wife called police and went back to the store. Right? So they realized, so Brian and his wife realize they've been lied to. They want to go and confront the store about it, but instead of just going alone, they called the police. And then they went together. He said the police were already there when he arrived, talking to Brandon in the locked store. The officer came out and talked to Brian Mansell, so apparently the store was locked. There was no formal report, just these notes. They do confirm that Josh Johnson would not allow Brian Mansell into the back of the store. This happened in the presence of an officer, and he wouldn't let Brian go look at the collections in the back. So that also shows that Ammon McNeff is a liar. Another lie. Another one. Ammon said, we offered to give him. Here's the sets that we have. Here's the sets we have. We offered, do you want to just take these? Well, it turns out, nope, lie. Lying again. There's video. Oh, no, there's notes that confirm Josh would not let Brian into the back in the presence of an officer. This happened in front of an officer. Josh Johnson would not let Brian go even look at the collections in the back of the store. More thorough investigations were conducted by the police later, including the next month in December. Those reports are coming soon, definitely by the end of the week. I also have a couple exclusive new interviews coming up with people who had information about all this before Reckless Ben became involved. Ooh, I can't wait to hear those. The full interview of Brian Mansell on Reckless Ben's Patreon is worth a watch. I'll have to take a look at that. I summarized the context leading up to this first police encounter, but there's a lot more. Look at this. I've spent more than $1,000, he said, collecting documents and releasing them publicly. And he has not charged us for these documents. He makes them all available for free. Also, all of the work that's gone into organizing them, uploading them, dating them, sorting them, and making them available to us in a very easy to download and view format. It has been extremely useful. If you'd like to help offset the cost, you can do so at this website, https://co-fi.com. Chris Reports Things. He said, as I get more police documents, it is becoming more expensive and less predictable. If you have information that could be helpful, reach him on Reddit DM or via email at yo@chrisreportsthings.com or confidentially, via Signal at chrisreportsthings.08. So if you even have a couple extra spare dollars, I would encourage you to support Chris Reports Things because he is getting documents no one else got, or he's getting them first. So let's just take a look at the document that he did post. Brian Mansell is the victim. Okay, that's important. Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson are involved, and Crystal Law. 11/22. So this is November 22nd, 2024. C's husband, so I guess C is Crystal, C's husband, Crystal's husband, or what's C? Complainant. C is complainant. So I guess I don't know who that is. Consignment contract that at listed and had an agreement with an employee. Employee no longer works at the location, and now the business is saying they were not aware and are not liable. Complainant was advised that this was civil, insisting this is criminal, demanding an officer response. Okay, let's go to this next page. Okay, this is the, I would say, like, narrative. Basically like a written note from an officer. E. Kuzmenko. I called and spoke with complainant, Miss Mansell, and Mr. Mansell. Mr. Mansell explained he and his father collected a bunch of Legos through the years, which accumulated a collection worth about $150,000. Mr. Mansell said he signed a consignment collection worth about $150,000. Mr. Mansell said he signed a consignment contract, with the previous owner, Crystal Law of Bricks and Minifigs, where she took possession of the collection and sold them on Mr. Mansell's behalf. Mr. Mansell said there was an issue with Miss Law giving him a paycheck this month, so he called the location, only to find out Miss Law no longer works with the company. He spoke to an employee over the phone who advised his collection was missing from the location, leading him to believe that either Crystal stole the collection when she parted from the company or the new owners were lying on the whereabouts of his property. Mr. Law, so I don't know if that was a typo or I don't know, but like either Chris or Ben Gorman requested I speak with the new owners of the company about the belongings. Mr. Law, this is definitely written wrong because the way it's written, Ben Gorman requested the cops speak with the new owners and arrest Miss Law. Crystal. So I think it's Mr. Mansell. So Brian probably requested that the cops speak with the new owners about the belongings. And after that, he was like, you need to arrest her because she stole it. I arrived at the location and spoke with 2 reps for Bricks and Minifigs, Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best. So even here, reps for Bricks and Minifigs. Now, this cop knew there was a new owner, right? Look, the new owners. But the cop did not say, I spoke with the 2 new owners. No. Reps for the company, for corporate. Josh Johnson and Brandon Best. Both explained Bricks and Minifigs was a franchise, and this location was owned by Crystal Law. Due to multiple issues, poor finances, lack of paying rent, and owing hundreds of thousands of dollars to the company, Crystal was removed as the owner, and they took over to, quote, clean up her mess. Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best stated they had not been in contact with her because they did not know her whereabouts or a good phone number to call her. All this is false. They believed Brian's collection was indeed missing, even though it was right there in the store, staring at him in the face. And they said Crystal stole the collection when she left. Brandon Best and Brian Mansell went to the location earlier today and presented them the written consignment contract, and I briefly skimmed over it. Brian Mansell arrived at the location and wanted to check the back room for his Lego collection, but Josh Johnson said he could not give permission for Brian to go through the back rooms and rummage through the collection. Oh, girl. Mr. Mansell and his wife were incredibly frustrated, believing that the owners had something to do with the Lego collection that's missing. At this point, there's no probable cause to believe theft occurred. You know, that's pretty infuriating because these motherfuckers can find probable cause for anything when they feel like it. But when they don't want to do their jobs, all of a sudden there's no probable cause. It's very interesting to me. Clearly there were Legos and they're not there anymore. Somebody stole them. Somebody stole them. There's no probable cause, but where's the Legos then? At this point, neither party can confirm or deny what exactly is missing from the collection. And there's no obtainable video that shows Crystal stealing a Lego from the store. The cop said, I advised Mr. Mansell to speak with corporate on the matter and get written consent to come look for the items. I advised him to be civil in his decisions, refrain from acting on his emotions, and push the new owners to new limits where he could be trespassed. Don't push them to new limits. Wow, this is infuriating. This is infuriating. Somebody said, so basically Brandon and Josh just lied from the beginning, and of course they denied Brian the opportunity to even come in the back and look at the sets. Typically, the more thou doth protest, the more there is to hide. I have. Has anyone done a FOIA on the Kaiser investigation? Yes, I have, but they have not sent back the response yet. It was $47. There's probable cause to arrest for serving court papers in Utah, though. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Thanks so much to Miranth for the $20 super chat. In the doc, BAM told franchisees to use Lego's colors for marketing. I worked in compliance. Sony doesn't own shapes like triangle, square, circle, X, but when used together, it's against their trademark. Right. I don't know about these groups of colors. Yeah, me neither. I don't know. I hope Lus weighs in on it, though, because he's like a copyright lawyer. Thank you, OC, for the 10 jewels, and thank you to Daybreak for the 440 jewels. Do they even know what the truth is? That's what I want to know. I want to check the Pacer. For any updates. I don't anticipate there will be any updates, but I just want to check. Nothing's due to be filed for a month. Yeah, 30. Yeah, okay. Thank you to EC for the 10 jewels. Okay, the troll/plant in the chat earlier did email me something interesting. He said, you missed the most important part of the BAM Ops Manual. I don't know if I would agree this is the most important part, but it is very important. So I will show this because I did see it. Purchasing new and used product. To be profitable, it is vital that you understand what you are buying. The more informed you are about the purchasing or store-buy side of the business, the greater chances of success you will have. Be sure to check all applicable state, city, county laws pertaining to buying or selling used products in your area. Some cities or states may require permits, waiting periods for paperwork. If you're buying any kind of product from customers, keep in mind the following points when registering your business. This is very interesting, very important. We only buy product from our customers. This is ownership that is explicitly transferred. We do not lend or loan money to customers and use their product for collateral. We do not lend or loan money to the customers or use their product for collateral. So we don't do pawn shop stuff over here. We do not consign the sale of products for our customers, and we do not pawn products from customers. They do not have the option to reacquire their product through payment agreements. Okay, so it does appear I had gotten, bored and eyes glazed over by the time we got here. And I certainly didn't skip this part on purpose. But I don't know what version of the operations manual Crystal Law Gorman got or received. This could have been put into place after. This was put into place in October 2024 from the looks of things. Why? Because this is Operation Manual 10/6/24. So this is about a month and a week. So about 6 weeks, about 5 weeks rather, before Crystal, about 6 weeks before Crystal's store was repossessed. That was the November 2024. That's when this appears to be the most, this operations manual that I have, that I can see. This is the 10/6, the October 6th, 2024. Now, the question is, has this, we do not consign the sales of products for our customers, has that always been in the operations manual? Was it in previous iterations? Was it in the iteration that Crystal Law had? Was it in was it in the iteration of the operations manual? Because they say they could change this operations manual at any moment, at any time. Now, maybe it was. I'm not saying it wasn't. What I'm saying is I don't know. But as far as what appears to be October 6, 2024, they did say we, and this is bold, do not consign sales of products for our customers. However, what do we also know? What do we also know? Crystal Law made this consignment agreement with Brian Mansell long before October 2024. So it is possible. Okay. Thank you. Chris is in the chat. Hallelujah. She never got this. She never even got this operation manual. Never even got it. Never even got it. So Nick is in here saying, look, I actually write internal policies. When you change key aspects of internal policies, you have to directly communicate those changes. Right. And Chris is saying she never even got it, much less a change. So while it does appear to be the case that at least sometime after the consignment agreement was entered into, they did say in the ops manual, we do not lend or loan money. We do not consign sales of products. Chris is saying I never got this in the first place, much less the change. There's a docket update. I just went to the docket. The most recent update was 2 days ago. So Chris says she never got the ops manual. Look, she said, a manual that is never provided and can be changed at any time without notice does not override a signed contract. And a signed contract cannot be overridden without consideration. So the fact that they think that they can just change these things, like, and they're like really vital parts of operating the business, is like, they are wrong. That's fake. That's not real. That's not the law. That's not how the law works. But I anticipate they're going to learn about it in court. I anticipate. You said docket update. I literally just checked the docket, Rose. There was nothing updated. Which docket? Pacer docket or? Please tell me it's not on Exchange because I'm going to have to put more $10. I just searched the docket just moments ago. Was I having a psychic vision? I was checking it right as it was updating. I just checked it. Put a 3 in the chat if you saw me just check this. And it was nothing new. Ah! What is this? Oh, girl. Oh, I almost missed it by seconds. Thank you, Andrea. The G for a $10 super chat. Oh boy, y'all. What are we about to get into? Buckle up. We got a docket update. Breaking news update. We got a docket update. Chris, you're a legend over there in Scotland. That's my cousins over there. Chris is the former owner. The one who got, I think, not rightfully evicted, kicked out the store. Hashtag Team Chris. Hold on, where's that Rose? Chris said she never saw the ops manual. Okay. Stipulated motion for extension of time deadline to file special motion for expedited reliefs for Victor. Okay, so Victor, Reckless Ben LLC have now just hit the docket. 4-page document. Let me download it so we can read it together. I did not expect there to be anything new for a long time, but this is a motion filed today. Let me pull this up. I'm going to download it so I don't have to keep buying it over and over. Oh 0805, and we will get into the new docket update. Motion for extension of time to file another different motion for expedited relief. What's the relief? What is the relief? We'll find out together in just a moment. While you wait, don't touch that dial. Click like and subscribe. Okay. Docket number 31. Okay, got it. Okay. Stipulated and joint motion to toll deadline to file special motion for expedited relief. The parties engaged. Oh. The parties are engaged in settlement negotiations. Now, importantly, this is filed on the behalf of, I don't think Brian. I think just Ben's lawyers and Victor. They are in settlement negotiations still. And we agree. Good cause exists to extend the deadline. The parties respectfully request the deadline to file a special motion for expedited relief be extended from August 7th, 2026 to September 7th, 2026. Additionally, by joining this motion, defendant Mansell. Okay, so Brian Mansell is in this. So all of the defendants do not waive any defenses, including jurisdictional, which he expressly reserves. Ooh. Brian Mansell might be wanting to bring this thing over in there to Oregon. All right, that's what I'm reading here. Pursuant to the rules, the parties stipulate and jointly move, so they make a motion for the court for an additional 30 days to file a special motion for expedited relief. The parties are engaged in settlement negotiations, and we all agree that good cause exists to extend the deadline. The parties respectfully request the deadline move from August 7th, which was going to be this coming Friday, to September 7th. Additionally, by joining this motion, Brian Mansell ain't saying this court has jurisdiction over him, by the way. That's how I'm reading this sentence. He does not waive any defenses, including but not limited to jurisdictional defenses. He expressly reserves his right to bring up a jurisdictional defense. He's going to try to get this thing moved. I don't know that. That's how I'm reading it. That's how I'm reading it. Chris Gorman can only imagine. I think your situation is the catalyst to uncover, expose some major corruption at BAM and other places. Yeah. It's beyond anything you ever imagined, Chris said. Makes you proud to be Scottish. Oh, I love Scottish people. I love them. They don't have their disciplinary policy posted as per law. Scottish cousins are the best. Yes, I think that is what a slap suit would count as. Spirit Warrior asked Chris Gorman, did you ever think what happened on that night that you would have a worldwide support to tell truth of what happened to you and now others that we didn't even know about? Beyond anything they ever imagined. If I wasn't Scottish, I would be American 100%. If you know, you know. Oh, wow, you'll love Texas from Scotland, I think. A wee change. Just a wee one. It's already been exposed, just whether or not the law chooses to pursue. Indeed. Indeed. So, yeah, I mean, pretty much another kind of like motion to extend time. I anticipate the judge will grant that. I also think Brian Mansell, specifically explicitly reserving the jurisdictional claims means that we might expect possibly in the future for him to try to remove the claims from this Utah federal court to Oregon, because that's where all the relevant stuff happened, with the especially having to do with him. Scotland is cold. Texas is not. I mean, it can get cold, but generally not. Generally not. What else? What else did I have for y'all on the docket? Why'd they sign me out of my YouTube? In the hell? Oh, breaking news. If you were keeping up with my organ. Speaking of organs. Put a 4 in the chat if you followed my organ donation series that I did on BJ Investigates. Secretary RFK Jr. has decertified Kentucky's Organ Procurement Organization network for hope after they ignored signs of life from several patients, including for organ donations. So, like, you're supposed to only be able to take organs from people that are dead, like brain dead. I didn't know this at the time before I started researching it, but you can't actually take organs that are able to be used for transplant from an actual dead person. You can only get them from a brain dead person or someone that just died like seconds ago. Like, you have to immediately get the organs, like within minutes. And so they kind of invented this fake thing called brain dead. Like, that's not really dead. Like, your brain's not working, but you're not dead. You're not dead. So there was like several instances where people were going into organ harvesting surgery, and the people were moving and trying to move their eyes and tears coming out, and their mouths are trying to be like they were going to take organs out of these dead people. I mean, out of these living people that were not brain dead at all. I did a whole series on that. Well, apparently the organ procurement, Kentucky's organ procurement organization has been shut down. Yeah, ignoring signs of life. Yeah, I made a whole video about it. Let me put the link in here. I think y'all would like it, because there's a group of people that likes this type of, like, exposing that type of corruption, I think. Let me show y'all. BJ Investigates organ donation. Yeah, look. It's illegal to sell your own organs is one of them. I did like a 4-part thing, I think. Maybe it was 5. But look, there's this one right here. Why people are buying human body parts online. Not that one. This one right here. They were about to harvest his organs, but he woke up. Is brain death a lie? Okay, obviously it flopped. This series completely flopped. I think it's like the powers that be like flopped it. Because I have videos on this channel with over 1 million views. I have videos on this channel, I think, with 2 million views. I have 337,000 subscribers on my documentary channel. But they completely like killed this series. The whole series was like this. Parents giving sons rotting brains in a box. Oh, harder to sell hot dogs on a it's harder to sell hot dogs on a cart than sell your own organ. They were about to harvest his organs, but he woke up. Is brain death a lie? This is the one I'm gonna link here if y'all want to go and take a look at that one. I recently renewed my license. I wanted to unsubscribe from being a donor, but they make it difficult to get out of and so easy to sign up. Yup. Make sure y'all watch that one. I did post it in the thing there. Brain dead patient woke up, and then they did an interview with him. And he was going all on the news and stuff like, I'm just so happy to be alive. I'm just so happy that they didn't kill me for my organs. And it's a whole corrupt system. I did a whole series on it, and it flopped. But that's okay. I don't do things for views. I do things for doing the right thing. Although views are nice. All right, I got y'all going over there to Down the Rabbit Hole News. Make sure you do get your shirts ordered by Friday next week. That'll be the pre-order. ThatSurpriseWitness at ThatSurpriseWitness.com, or if you want to email me, I guess you could. The cloning one, now the cloning ones didn't flop. Those did really good. I also have another series on cloning, and it's like starts out kind of like celebrity clone conspiracy theories, or like maybe it's like celebrities are cloning their dogs. I have a whole clone series. Crazy. Yeah, it's totally crazy. And all that. But anyway, oh wait, Ron Peterson's in here. The one who made the video that made us all cry. Shout out to Ron Peterson. I don't see his name in here. People are tagging him. Oh, there he goes. Chris just dropped my Amber Dark AI music video last night with both of you having cameos. Hope that's okay. Usually I don't like that at all, but for that one it was all right. It did make me tear up a little bit and just reminded me of everything I've been through, or a lot of things I've been through. I have y'all going over there to Down the Rabbit Hole News. She's talking about, I think she's got something exclusive on David. Now, I do want to let y'all know I'm going to be reading the David transcripts. I got the David preliminary hearing transcripts day 2 through 5, or 2 through 5. So I will be reading those periodically. I'll be inserting, some transcripts from David so we can get caught up on that before the trial. And guess what else? 5 days from now, we have the Keefe D trial starting, and I'm going to be covering that. So I don't know how much brick and minifig I'm going to be able to cover during that time, because I really want to cover the Keefe D trial. That's the one who is supposedly, in trouble for unaliving. He's being charged with unaliving Tupac. Joseph Tupac. So he has said many things. He's changed his story a lot. He'll probably get convicted just because he can't be trusted. And then they'll say, oh, look, we found who killed Tupac, the end. And then that'll be that. But I do want to cover that because it is going to be on TV or, streamed. So I want to cover that. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. And don't send any hate to anybody mentioned in this video. That's not the purpose of this video. Videos are meant to report on matters of public concern based on public documents. Love you, Mina. Okay, bye.